what we're gonna do right here is go back, 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 back.
People always talk about reputation. I don't care about your other girls. Just be good to me. Friends are always telling me you're a user. I don't care what you do to them. Just be good to me.
When he cut the funky record, it sounded like death.
Just be good to me. You're a user. Just be good to me.
Good evening and good evening. Let's just kill the music for now. That was just an introduction, right? Mr. Uri Herrera, how are you? How have you all been doing? Damn Land Trap, hello, hello, hello. Very honored to have Mr. Uri here on the stream. And of course, Pizarro25, who was definitely the first in chat. No doubt about that. I'm just taking my seat here. Oh, sick. Well, I don't know what to tell you about that. I am sorry. I know how we... I'm not sure if I'm talking into the name of every guy out there, but I think that we men are kind of miserable when we are sick. What I mean is more than women, right? I think they can handle the regular sickness much better than we do. I mean, as I said, not talking into everyone's name, but I have a feeling that it is a bit like this with men. Popular Front from Liberation of Retro Gaming. Welcome in. And the book. Nice name, nice name. So, what's the topic today? Except Firefox. I'm just asking if you have a better topic. I'm all ears. All ears indeed. What did I just type? Clear. No. Clear. Yes. Clear in my terminal. Let's close my chat. What is this window? Alrighty. Okay, what can we open on this side of the screen? We can open Brave. And let's do this, right? What are the current political issues with? Asks Trunkle1. Well, I don't know. You tell me. Demland Trap deleted it today. I was about to discuss whether we should or not delete it, right? Because there's, we can talk about it. Let's go ahead and open their web page. Where was it? Like Firefox terms of service, right? Something like that. Introducing, okay. Terms of use. Okie dokie. Let's go ahead from there. And can we zoom in slightly? Or maybe we can do this button. Oh, this is much better. Much better. Okay. And since I like to read from the top, I'm gonna move my head down here. This should be fine. This should be okie dokie. Yeah, okay. So Trunkle says Mozilla and question mark Pizarro 25. Finally, I installed Gentoo. Even though there are some binary packages, it was still a hell. Yeah, they do have some binary packages as of lately. So that was actually kind of surprising to see. Uri says, quite the discussion regarding Firefox Pizarro 25 and compiling Firefox took freaking 2 hours. Only 2 hours? You should try Chromium. I dare you. Try Chromium and see how long that takes. Yeah, so before I will say anything about Firefox, let's just go over the hard letters, right? Hard words on paper. As I understand it from the from Brody Robertson and some of the comments in his yesterday's video, Mozilla actually changed these terms of service since they published it like two days ago or something like that. I don't know if there is a date. If I remove this reader mode, effective February 25. Oh, that's 3 days ago. Okay, so it's from 3 days ago, and some of the people in Brody Robertson replies said that something was removed, like the information about selling the data. I don't remember what it was initially, but they say that the information about selling users' data was removed from this text. So not changed into better or worse, just the entire paragraph gone. Whatever that means. Let's try reader mode again. And now it doesn't work. Great. Let's try. Oh, no, it works on a carburetor. Okay. Goody. Firefox is free and open source web browser software. Okie dokie. Mozilla gives you certain rights and permissions. Mozilla grants you a personal non-exclusive license to install and use the executable code version of the Firefox web browser, which is the ready-to-run version of Firefox from an authorized source that you can open and use right away. So what even does this mean? Like, of course, I'm not a lawyer, right? So what does this mean? Mozilla grants you a personal license to install and use the binary that they distribute. But what if I download the source code and compile it myself? Then what? Do I also get a license for that? Or how does that work? Why is the source code not mentioned here? Maybe in the next paragraph. Troncal1, Mozilla is now an advertising company. Well, they have to earn money somehow, as I understand it, and don't quote me on this, but I think the internet has calculated that after Google stops paying them to advertise their search engine as a default one, then Mozilla will lose like 75% of their revenue, roughly. Maybe not the correct information, but I'm sure this is publicly available information, so you can all check it out. Troncal1, let's get to that paragraph that you just mentioned. I want to go through all of them because it's actually not a long, text. We can go through it in a couple of minutes. We make the source code for Firefox available to you under the terms of various open source licenses, including the Mozilla public license, and we can open that one in another tab. This means you may use, copy, modify, and distribute Firefox to others as long as you follow the open source licenses and the Mozilla trademark guidelines. Let's open that as well. These terms only apply to the executable code version of Firefox, not the Firefox source code. Troncal1 says add can sell it, I suppose end can sell it to any third party. Let's go over this paragraph quickly. So the first one got me a little bit puzzled and the second one got me puzzled even more. So we make the source code available to you under Mozilla public license, and these terms only apply to executable code. Why didn't any other YouTuber cover this fact here, that these terms only apply to the executable code? Does this mean that if I compile it myself, then terms of use no longer matter? Like, I'm serious with this question. Let's do the let's be real with this. Does this mean that if I compile the source code on my own, that this entire page is no longer valid? This is a serious question to everyone in chat, because we may not be lawyers, but multiple heads at the same round table can be a little bit smarter, right? Troncal says yes. In order to play certain types of video, Firefox may download content decryption modules from third parties which may not be open source. I think this is regarding to DRM and the, what do they call it? There is something when you go to like Netflix website, then some module activates, or it doesn't actually activate. It offers itself to be activated by the user, right? In case you want to actually watch something on Netflix. Sounds like DRM, Damland Traps. Yeah, it is DRM. Yeah, it certainly is. So that's what you need. It is when you first run Firefox. And go to Netflix webpage, it will give you a bar on top that looks like a non-pop-up pop-up, if that's a thing, right? It will ask you if you're ready to install this module, right? If you don't, then you cannot watch Netflix. Mozilla does not. Damland Trap says it asks you to, do you want to turn it on? Okay. But it definitely doesn't work out of the box. You have to agree to use that one, right? So that's That's okay. Mozilla does not grant you an intellectual property rights in Firefox that are not specifically stated in these terms. For example, these terms do not give you rights to use any copyrights, trademarks, or other distinctive brand features of Mozilla or its licensors. So this was about the. Do you remember what Debian did? I don't know, 10 years ago, roughly. I don't remember exactly. They rebranded Firefox into Iceweasel, and the reason for that was something. I think Debian considered this trademark issue like a problem since they have always been trying to do the like free software thing, right? And they didn't really agree with this trademark issue, right? This is not actually a free software issue, but Debian did rebrand the software to Iceweasel at some point, and then they rebranded it back to Firefox. I do not remember the exact reasoning. Just it's foggy. Trunkle says there is Mozilla Code of Conduct. I know. We'll get to that. Let's be patient a little bit. We are not here to jump to conclusions. We are not here to talk about what other content creators have said to you. We are here to read this text, right, and use our brains a little bit. Maybe we will get to the same conclusions. This is perfectly fine. Let's just, don't put stuff into our mouths. It's a Firefox fork, yeah, but it's no longer it's no longer a thing. The Iceweasel thing. Alexis says that he believes that he recalls that Mozilla itself went to Debian bug tracker and requested to rebrand Firefox. Okay. If that's a thing, that's even weirder, I'd say. Since I don't remember them doing that to anyone else. But maybe because Debian was big at the time, a lot bigger than other distributions. Okay, you give Mozilla certain rights and permissions. Okay, so you give Mozilla all rights necessary to operate Firefox, including processing data as we describe in Firefox privacy notice. Okay, so this is important. As well as acting on your behalf to help you navigate the internet. So this could use some clarification. Acting on my behalf to help me navigate the internet. This sounds like future AI. If you don't have any other ideas about this sentence, then I would say that this is like some kind of a built-in AI that is not yet in the Firefox. When you upload or input information through Firefox, what would that be? Like upload anything, like, I don't know, use Dropbox folder, and then you upload your own stuff into your own Dropbox folder, but you are uploading through Firefox. Well, that's how it sounds, right? You hereby grant us a non-exclusive royalty-free worldwide license to use that information to help you navigate, experience, and interact with online content as you indicate with your use of Firefox. This still sounds like AI to me. I don't feel that Mozilla here wants to sell anything of mine. At this point, I don't yet feel that this is about ads. I know that they are now doing some advertising, but this piece of text here smells a lot more like AI than selling my data. I cannot be sure. It's just how it sounds to me. Damland Trap says input information means any input field you can leave some info. Yeah, Damland Trap, you're correct. It's just that it is a question whether this input goes to Mozilla's servers or whether Mozilla will keep that input locally on your computer and then give me a hand in order to navigate the internet, right? Will it be, I'm just saying this still smells like AI to me, because Mozilla as a company has always been kind of I wouldn't necessarily call them pro-consumer, but they did do a lot of claiming that they care about my privacy, right? So from that perspective, whether they want to shoot themselves in a foot in one day, or give me hints. Damlan Trap says doesn't matter if this goes to their servers or stays locally on your computer, but this gives them ownership of your data. Well, that certainly is correct, yes. I'm just trying to get to the reasoning part behind this, because as I understand it from all of the news on the internet in the past few days, there isn't an actual reasoning behind this, but we are going to read all of it. Okay, your feedback and suggestion. If you give Mozilla any ideas, suggestions, or feedback about the services, you give Mozilla permission to use them for free and without any additional obligations. Okay, this part is not bad in any way. If you use certain optional Firefox features or services, there are additional terms. Some services in Firefox require a Mozilla account. Okay, Mozilla account has never been questionable. If you use their services and their servers, then naturally you're going to agree to terms of service from their service, right? Their online service. Mozilla accounts, terms of service. We can go through this page really quickly, but I don't think that there is anything wrong on this page, because on every online service you are agreeing to some kind of service, right? So I am not really even interested in this, because I don't want to use their servers. Let's go, just jump Mozilla accounts. You will need to create an account. VPN, partnered with Mulvad, so some information is shared with them as well. If you use VPN, Mozilla Firefox Relay allows you to keep your primary address safe and private. Mozilla account is required. Firefox Monitor to promote online security by informing you of public data breaches. You can scan email address. Okay, they will know what your email address is. They will do some scanning. I pretty much know how this works. Nothing wrong about this so far. It is your responsibility to protect your online accounts using strong password. Firefox Notes let you take notes in Firefox. A Mozilla account is required to view, edit, and delete your notes across devices. This is about sync, I suppose. I mean, if you don't have a Mozilla account, can you use notes in Firefox? I didn't even know that Firefox has notes. I know about Pocket, but I don't remember anything called notes. Firefox Sync lets you access information. Okay, this is syncing between computers through their servers. So there is Pocket now, helps you discover great content. And then there is privacy policies. Okay, we can leave this page. This is all regarding their online service, which is nothing to worry about at this point, because you have all been using this service for many years, or you haven't been using it at all. So either this or that, you are fine with these terms because you have already accepted them, especially because these haven't been updated for a while. Demland Trap is just confirming what I said. Thank you very much for that. Let's leave this page. I just wanted to check that there is nothing that requires any attention on that page. That's all. I just wanted to get it out of the way. Let's go back to the first page. So we covered the optional services. Mozilla can update or terminate this agreement. Of course they can. every once in a while, Mozilla may decide to update these terms. We will post the updated terms online. We will take your continued use of Firefox as acceptance of such changes. Okay, this is actually, I don't like this. I'm just saying, I don't like this. If they want me to accept the changed terms of service, they should make me. No, seriously. If they expect me to follow some online bulletin board or whatever, I mean, surely people will talk about the news, especially if they don't sound good. But you know how proprietary programs usually function. When you first start them up, there's some kind of terms of service pop-up, right? And if you click decline, the program closes. Usually it's something like that, right? So why wouldn't they update their terms of service and let me know about it, right? Firefox could they don't have to push it towards me. Firefox can check for updated terms of service. I'm just saying. Demland Trap says, yeah, when your bank changes terms of service, they are obligated to notify you and ask you to accept new terms. Exactly that. Actually, talking about my bank has changed some terms of service regarding my allowance. How far can I go into the negative balance on my account? And they changed the terms drastically. And they did inform me about that. And they also called me from the bank that I need to come over and sign the new agreement, right? And the agreement generally looked like it is better for me. But I just told them I'm going to read it at home, right? And after 2 or 3 readings, I kind of understood that generally it is a better thing for me, except one small part that I didn't particularly like, and I wasn't really obligated to sign it. They just told me that I have to, so we can continue with the new rules, right? Something they sold it to me, something in that way, right? And basically, I never signed it, and I just continued using my service with the prior agreement from 20 years ago. I can still use my bank. They just haven't given me the new benefits, right? But the problem is that new benefits come with something that I didn't particularly want to change for me. So from the perspective of my bank, I don't know if they're happy with me not signing that, but they are happy to keep me as their customer, no matter that we are operating, at the old contract, right? These terms apply until either you or Mozilla decide to end them. You can choose to end them at any time. Okay, this is not so relevant. If we decide to suspend your access, we will try to notify you at the email address associated with your account. So this is regarding the account. Okay, of course they can terminate my account. That's irrelevant for today's topic. You are responsible for the consequences of your use of Firefox. Okay, this is a bit interesting. Your use of Firefox must follow Mozilla's acceptable use policy. Did we open this? We did not. We are going to open it now. Okay, that's next in line to read. Your use of Firefox must follow Mozilla acceptable use of policy, and you agree that you will not use Firefox to infringe anyone's rights or violate any applicable laws or regulations. So you can't do any online hacking. You can't, you can't do criminal stuff. I suppose you will not do that either way, but because you're a normal human who doesn't want to go to jail. But the reason why I use Linux and BSD and free software in general is because all of that software gives me how do I put it so that you get the words out of me the way I have them in my head. I use free software because I like to be in control of my software, right? I'm the boss. The software kneels before me. There is no second option. The software is here to serve me. I mean, if I would be a bad guy, then why would this be here? Why would I use software that has something like this? I'm not saying that I want to do anything bad. I'm just saying that this is phrased in a way that someone else is deciding how I am using my own computer. So this is phrased bad. It's not something that I would expect from free software. Online account is completely different topic. Let's say when I download, I don't know, I have OBS Studio open right now here, right? So when I download OBS Studio, does the author of OBS Studio tell me that they do not allow me to stream porn? Of course not. But YouTube doesn't allow me to do that. OBS doesn't care. It's just software that I have installed. It's mine. I do whatever I want with it. Of course, I'm not going to do anything against the law, but that's not the point. Alexei says, to be fair, as someone who reads all licenses and agreements, this doesn't read any different than any other similar agreement. I actually understand this, Alexei, and I actually agree, because there isn't any reason why I shouldn't agree with you. Maybe Mozilla didn't separate properly the agreement from using the software on my computer and agreement from using their services, right? Because Firefox is not an offline application, on an offline program. Firefox is actually being used to communicate over the internet. But why would Mozilla as a company be in any way involved with what I do with their program, with my copy of their program? That part is a bit puzzling. I understand that these agreements sound fairly standard, but why do I get an agreement to use Firefox and no agreement to use OBS Studio? Both are online applications. Both can be used to transmit data on the internet. Both can be used to do harm. Not harm, but both can be used to do illegal activities, right? If I would do something really crazy on this stream, then YouTube would have every right to terminate my account. And I have done it through OBS Studio. However, I didn't sign any agreement to use OBS Studio, so that part is what I'm trying to understand, right? Okay, let's do another example that is closer to Mozilla Firefox. GNOME Web, Epiphany. Does Epiphany have terms of use? If someone can, actually, I can do this on my own. Does Epiphany GNOME Web have terms of use? Okay, so we will of course check this by opening some of these tabs, but I think it is rather safe to assume that the AI is correct on this one. So it is a GPL software, and this is all of the agreement that you are accepting, right? You're accepting the GPL license. Demland trap, yeah. Zai Bolta, what about GNU IceCat? I have checked IceCat already, and it has been stuck on Firefox version 1.15. That's the previous ESR. The current ESR is 1.28. You can check it on their webpage, but it is a bit stuck on the older version, and the last update was 8 months ago, I think. So either the project is dead, or the authors that are working on IceCat just don't have time to maintain it. Both sounds like a bit dead. But if I'm wrong, I'm not wrong about what I said just now because I checked it today. But if I'm wrong about the future of IceCat, then kudos to them if they can get it back online. Popular front for liberation of retro gaming. You don't want to sound like a shill, but try LibreWolf. Okay, I have something to tell you about LibreWolf. LibreWolf. Let's go to LibreWolf webpage. What is LibreWolf? Okay, let's zoom this in. LibreWolf is designed to increase against tracking and fingerprinting techniques while also including a few security improvements. This is achieved through our privacy and security-oriented settings and patches. LibreWolf also aims to remove all telemetry, data collection and annoyances, as well as disabling anti-freedom features like DRM. This word is important because I know where I'm going to with this. I just want to show you. So main features: no telemetry, private search, content blocker is already included, enhanced privacy, fast updates, open source. For more details, read feature list. Contributing. Okay, contributing questions. Check our FAQ. Most questions can already be answered by them. Okay, license and disclaimer and privacy policy. LibreWolf is not affiliated with Mozilla. Okay, I still am looking for what I need here. Privacy, delete cookies, include blah blah blah, include strip tracking elements, blah 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 blah. Security annoyances, others. Not what I'm looking for. Frequently asked questions. Protect your privacy. Is this here? Privacy policy. One of the goals of LibreWolf is to remove the data collection and telemetry from Firefox, and thus we don't collect any data from the user in the LibreWolf browser or on the LibreWolf website. We can't always assure that no data is sent from the browser to Mozilla or other third parties, but we try our best to achieve that. For that case, also check out the Firefox privacy notice. And when you click that, it takes you to Mozilla webpage, which says transparency first, how we use your data, always protected, built-in control, privacy that works for you, how is your data used, etc. Right? So what I was trying to say is that the people who are doing LibreWolf, they are doing the best they can to achieve their goal, which is very noble and absolutely fantastic regarding the privacy, right? I'm talking about privacy here. It's just the this part, right? If it is very, 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 very important to you that Mozilla can't trick you or LibreWolf developers, then there is no 100%. That's all I wanted to say. I'm not saying that that LibreWolf will leak anything of yours. It's just that they cannot guarantee this to you. That's what I wanted to show you. Demland Trap says basically Firefox terms of use. The LibreWolf developers are not telling you that Firefox terms of use are in effect with LibreWolf. They're just telling you that in case if they didn't catch some feature that could transmit some of your private stuff to Mozilla, if they didn't catch it, then you should check the Firefox privacy notice to see if your data has leaked, what is Mozilla doing with it, right? But they are doing their best to remove everything that they can find. That's what I'm saying. I am absolutely not saying that they didn't succeed. It's just that they cannot be sure. So they are typing this text on their own webpage just to tell you that nothing is absolute. And it is good to read these texts, even if you want to use LibreWolf and even if you trust in LibreWolf developers' capabilities and programming abilities, right? Even if you trust them, you can still read this sentence and do what you will with this sentence. I don't want to put any words into your mouth. I just wanted to point a finger to this page so that you are aware of it. That's all. Tronkel1 says, I don't think LibreWolf has a code of conduct. That's pretty relevant for the end user. While trudo and I use Brave, okay, for the love of God, Windows 11 24 H2 is doing some vacuuming. I had to change the word. Wish I would have installed 23. You would get nowhere with 23. I mean, you can still install it, but then you will lose support, and then you will start wondering why didn't you install Windows 10, and etc. Right? Speaking of which, why didn't you install the latest version of Windows 10? Why go to 11? No, seriously, why go to 11? What is the reason that you want to go to 11 and then you don't like 11 and you want to go back to previous version of 11? I mean, Windows 11 and 10 and 8 and 7 and Vista, all of that is the same. From Vista to Windows 11, all the same operating system. Just a little bit of reskinning and slight polish under the hood, a little bit of kernel changes. All of the driver design is pretty much the same as it was in Vista. They didn't really change anything substantial from Vista to Windows 11, and convince me otherwise. While trudo and one says Windows 10 end of support is October, that's exactly what I'm telling you. If you want to go with Windows 11 23 H2, which will go end of support sooner than Windows 11 24 H2, you know, why do we want to go backwards and not more backwards? Why do we want to go halfway backwards? Because the 23 H2 will lose support before 24 H2. That's what I'm saying. These are not the same version of Windows. Version 23 will lose support sooner. Trunkle says, have a nice evening. Have a nice evening as well. Ivan Šimičić just coming to say hello. Have a good stream, everyone. Thank you very much, Ivan. Okie dokie. Well, maybe they will fix these issues in 10 months. Oh, you mean you would like to go to the previous version while you're waiting for the future version to get better? Well, good luck with that. They just might do what you expect. So, patience is a virtue. Okay, let's go back here. We are almost at the end. Your use of Firefox must follow Mozilla's acceptable use policy, and you agree that you will not use Firefox to infringe anyone's rights. You will not do anything that interferes with or disrupts Mozilla's services or products, or the servers and networks which are connected to Mozilla services. Okay. I understand the general part of this, but I'm not sure how can you disrupt Mozilla services by using Firefox. I guess people have more imagination than I do. You won't claim Mozilla is responsible for your use of Firefox. Of course I won't. You agree to indemnify and hold Mozilla and its affiliates harmless for any liability or claim from your use of Firefox to the extent permitted by applicable law. Well, this is a given to me, but also should be the part above, right? There are some important limitations. To the extent permitted by the applicable law, you agree that Mozilla will not be liable in any way for any inability to use Firefox. Okay, this sounds like GPL. Or for any limitations of Firefox. Mozilla specifically disclaims the following: indirect, special, incidental, consequential, or exemplary damages, direct or indirect damages for loss of goodwill, business interruption, lost profits, loss of data, or computer malfunction. Any liability for Mozilla under this agreement is limited to $500. Okay, so this is like GPL's no warranty whatsoever, except they will give you up to $500 if something out of this actually happens and you can prove it. That's how I read it. So it's near GPL, no warranty, except they do give you a little bit of warranty, like this little. You may have other rights under your own country's laws. Nothing in these terms is intended to affect these rights if they apply. Firefox is okay, now we are at warranty. So how? Now I'm confused. Mozilla provides Firefox as is to the extent applicable law allows. Mozilla and its affiliates specifically disclaim any legal guarantees or warranties such as merchantability, fitness for a particular purpose, non-infringement, and warranties arising out of course of dealing, usage, and trade. So if there is no warranty, then what is this $500 here? This is a little bit either contradictory or I am not a good lawyer. Probably the second version. Choice of law. California law applies to this contract except for California's conflict of law. If there is any conflict between this English version of these terms, this English version applies. Okie dokie. So for all of you who are new in chat, I want to go over something in the beginning which was rather peculiar, and I didn't hear anyone else read this, either today or yesterday. Okay, this part. Mozilla gives you certain rights and permissions. Mozilla grants you a personal, non-exclusive license to install and use the executable code, so the binary version of the Firefox web browser, which is ready to run version of Firefox from an authorized source that you can open and use right away. So the binary version of Firefox, Mozilla gives you a personal license to use it. But what about the source code? So what about the source code? We make the source code for Firefox available to you under the terms of various open source licenses, including the Mozilla public license. This means you may use, copy, modify, and distribute Firefox to others as long as you follow the open source licenses and the Mozilla trademark guidelines. So trademark aside, this part is relevant because this is due to Mozilla's branding. These terms only apply to the executable code version of Firefox, not the Firefox source code. While TrueDuant1 says I can sure tell the performance differences in Linux and Windows. Okay, Secret Firefox says I feel like I lost a lot of trust in Mozilla, and I'm looking a way to move away from Firefox and anything they do. Angel says, fine Firefox. Angel says, why Vivaldi is installed if Linux... something is wrong with this grammar. Why Vivaldi is installed if Linux Rensas don't like it? Are you asking me why did I install it if I don't like it? Because that's how your sentence sounds. Yeah. But basically what Secret Firefox said. I want to try it out. Even if I end up deleting it, I want to see when you... let's put it this way. For my videos, I use Kdenlive. Kdenlive is free software. Kdenlive does everything that I personally need at this moment for my video channels, and I don't have the need for a different software or software that has more features. I'm gonna get to the web browser question by answering something regarding video editing, right? So I use Kdenlive because it's good, it serves me. Sometimes it crashes, but I click save often enough, so crashing occasionally is not that big of a deal. And then on Linux, you can use what the name is, DaVinci Resolve, right? DaVinci Resolve is software that is officially available for Linux, and this is professional grade video editing software that is used in Hollywood. So just by saying this, you can already get the idea that this is not a toy, and that this software can actually do quite a lot. And even without personally checking the differences between DaVinci Resolve and Kdenlive, you can be relatively sure that DaVinci Resolve is packed with features, right? So why am I not using DaVinci Resolve? I mean, it's free of charge, it's gratis. The personal use version is gratis, right? The professional, it costs something, but even the professional version is not that expensive. So why am I not using the best software available, right? The reason is because I use Kdenlive. There is nothing wrong with Kdenlive. There is no feature missing in Kdenlive for my use case. So I stick with the free software version of the tool that I need for my work, right? Let's call this my work. It is a hobby, but you know what I mean. And there is no actual reason why would I use DaVinci Resolve. The same would be if Adobe would port Photoshop to Linux. I would not switch from GIMP to Photoshop because first of all, I have never used Photoshop in my entire life. I have used GIMP since I can remember my own name. And GIMP has always been excellent for working with layers and everything I have ever drawn on a computer. That's me, right? That I'm giving you my experience. So I'm pretty well trained with everything that I need to use GIMP for. And by GIMP, I mean image manipulation program. So if you would give me Photoshop in my hands, even if it would be free, and it's very, very expensive actually, even if you would give it to me for free, and even if you would port it officially to Linux, I would still not use it because it doesn't offer anything that I need. Free software version of the image manipulation program does everything that I need. However, I'm missing an English word. The the environment, that's not the word that I want, but let's go with that one. The environment around web browsers is a little bit like, let's see what else is out there, right? Because Firefox is being a little bit foggy right now, and Brave has some of its own bug that kind of annoy me. Chrome, I don't want to touch that. So options are kind of decreasing in the volume, amount, with the web browsers available to me. So I went ahead and I'm checking out Vivaldi to see what do I gain by using proprietary software compared to what I have on offer as free software. So what I'm saying is that when you have no choice, and I'm not talking about web browsers right now, I'm talking about, let's say, people that do music and they need some kind of a professional tool that simply doesn't exist as a free software, but only as proprietary. So in that case, you are free to use proprietary software, because the whole premise of freedom that we have with free software, right, is that you are free to do whatever you want. You can choose proprietary if that's what you want. Nobody is really forcing the user to use proprietary unless the user chooses to use proprietary, right? What should be what should be advertised is that if users have the choice between equally quality product that is proprietary and free software, then please go ahead with free software and ignore the proprietary. That would be a valid thing to do if you get the equally good product. If the free software product is absolute crap and the proprietary product is really, really good, well, this is a situation where you probably should use proprietary software, because otherwise you're going to miss out on something that you need. But at the same time, we should promote that developers should choose to license their software as free software. And that's how it's going to spin, right? I'm going to be the first one who is going to say no to DaVinci. I'm going to be the first one who is going to say no to Photoshop, and etc. But with web browsers, I want to see if I am missing out on anything by avoiding stuff like Vivaldi. So I'm going to have a definite conclusion in a couple of weeks or whatever, after I have been using it for a while. And I'm going to be able to compare it to all of our free software options. And free software options are somewhat decreasing, as I said, because each one of them has something to complain about. And if you can live with some of these complaints, like for example what the new terms of use for Firefox currently are, if you don't mind this scenario, then by all means go ahead and use Firefox and not Vivaldi. That's what I wanted to say. Let's go ahead and catch up with chat a little bit. Nino Hadji, if you want good experience similar to Firefox and you don't want anything to do with Mozilla, for me Zen works great. Sergey Kralj says, I switched from Firefox to Vivaldi a long time ago. Nino, I still have Vivaldi on the phone. Secret Firefox, I'm using LibreWolf currently. I wanted to use Brave, but I missed the auto-scrolling. Auto-scrolling in Brave? You mean the middle mouse button? Yeah, it could be that it doesn't work. Vivaldi still runs on ancient Windows. Uri says, so it applies to their pre-compiled archived binary, the snap, the Debian packages from their repository, and the Flatpak. Those are their officially authorized sources, right? I apologize, Suri, for just catching up with yours now, but it seems that it is like that. And I am kind of surprised that nobody else has noticed this until now. I mean, all I did is carefully read through the entire document, nothing else. Nino says not everything James listed is free, but video itself is made without use of Adobe, so it may serve as inspiration. Damland Trap says Ladybug soon, maybe in 3 years. Neil Thompson says, hi, let's have a chat. Hi, Neil. Welcome in. N1VZ3R, I forget how to read that. Knivzer just watched the news about Zelensky visit to Trump. Going to drink myself to that. I have no clue about that, but feel free to talk about it if you wish to take it out of your shoulders. I don't mind politics in the chat. Just be polite to everyone else. That's all. Popular Front for Liberation of Retro Gaming. Demland Trap, Ladybug looks promising. I don't know if Ladybug looks promising. To be honest, I never even tried it, and the reason why I never tried it is because I don't want to spoil myself by trying something that is years from being usable, like genuinely usable, because authors of Ladybug themselves said, like, don't expect nothing from us down the line of couple of years, right? So I kind of wrote into my head, like, let's wait 3 years and then see where we are at. Demland Trap, hope it takes over where Firefox left off. Angel retracted the message. Neil Thompson, my advice is give up both news and alcohol. It will be hard in the short term. You will be happier in the long term. I think that's correct. Giving up alcohol is always good, but giving up news is even better in today's climate. Angel says, yeah, web browsers aren't such of a big deal to check them out compared to video editing programs. Yeah. Nino Hedge, there is powerful tool for music production and it is open source called Ardor. It's been around for years, but few professionals use it. Well, Nino Hedge, I believe that you understand what I meant by, mentioning music. But there is always that something that some professional needs. So, as I say, I have used GIMP on Windows for so many years. I never had a need for Photoshop. That's what I'm saying. And I know personally a lot of people who default to Photoshop because it's the best. I only deserve the best. And they, of course, steal it. But that's besides the point. A lot of people who use Photoshop, like, draw thumbnails or shit like that. What is so magical about Photoshop that it will create the thumbnail without your help? Or I don't get it. I kind of get annoyed when people want to treat themselves with only the best, and then I don't want to use Linux because Linux sucks, because Linux doesn't have Photoshop. Okay, get out of here. Go use Windows. Go use Mac. Get the hell out of my eyes. Catching up with chat. Sorry about that. Blender was barely used in start, also until 2.8 came out with innovative renderer and easier GUI, then it started getting very popular in the industry. Yeah, that's true. I have a couple of friends who are into 3D printing now, and basically all of them use Blender for something. I don't know. I don't use Blender. I am incapable of using that but I noticed that I have friends who use it, and they all say that it's really, really good. People on Windows that are, right? None of them use Linux. So it is what it is. Angel says, I always wanted to use macOS just for curiosity, but I know, and even if I would like it, macOS a lot, that I will refuse to use it because I already know that Linux is just 10 times better. Angel, I have a different problem with Apple, not macOS. Apple is a kind of a company that strives to lock you into their ecosystem, and the way they do it is that they make your usage of third-party software miserable for you, and they do this fine balancing, right? They do this fine balancing where you can use third-party software, but they make it a little bit miserable for you so that you will switch to their version of service. And once you switch to their version of service, this one will of course work better on their operating system. And now you're slightly locked. And then they will advertise to you that this particular piece of software, which you have switched to from the third-party one, this one works excellent with another Apple software that you cannot use on Windows or Linux. And one thing leads to another, and in 1 year you have a Mac, you have an iPhone, you have an iPad, you have a Mac Studio monitor, because Dell monitor doesn't work with Macs, and I have proof for that. And what I wanted to say, and then you're buying a Mac Magic Mouse and a Magic Keyboard and a Magic Trackpad, and then you buy Apple Music, and then you buy Apple Cloud Storage, and in 1 year you see yourself, you have spent, I don't know, 50,000 euros on a Mac computer, like with all of the extras that you have purchased into, right? And then you, I wouldn't say that you notice that you can no longer exit this ecosystem because now you're so hard locked in. But now you start taking others into this ecosystem, and you start preaching how Apple is the best and how you're enjoying the time of your life and everything just works. And you advertise Apple to everyone else because you need to justify your 50,000 euros to yourself by telling everyone how this is the best. And when you see them all agreeing with you, then you did a good choice and nice work. Money well spent. That's my opinion, right? Angel said there is a new browser called Surf OS proprietary. Okay. Inkscape is great. Nina says, Angel says, that is what I'm saying. I like use Photoshop because it's the best. Well, for thumbnails, like how difficult and technical can thumbnails be to require something so professional as Photoshop? Angel, I don't know how professional Photoshop is. I'm not saying that you have asked me this question. I'm just stating the obvious. I have no clue how Photoshop is different from GIMP because never tried it. I just hear stories about it, how amazing it is, and how GIMP cannot even hold a candle to Photoshop, and I guess it's correct. While True to End One says Linux too complicated, lol. Okay, Windows just works even though it might be slow. Yeah, Windows just works, and then it just crashes, and then you fix it, and then it just works again, and then it just crashes again, and yeah, it just does everything. Neil Thompson says professionals using Ardor, they don't use it and won't use it because they rely on the best VST3 plugins for processing and effects, and most of the best VST3 plugins do not have Linux versions. VST plugins, those are audio plugins, right? I think I saw in OBS Studio that I can use VST plugins, but maybe it was VST2. I personally don't use any of these plugins, which is kind of obvious, but I'm just checking with Neil Thompson if this is regarding audio plugins. Neil Thompson says, and that's totally okay if they don't use it. Nino says, since you touched the subject of using Blender, my suggestion for better control, use it with graphics tablet, okay? Infamous Drew 1, have you tried Florp yet? If that is a question for me or the chat, I did try Florp, and I tried it a year ago, roughly. It was fine. I mean, it worked. It just felt like not bad. It just felt like they added features that nobody asks for. I'm not saying this as a bad thing. You can simply ignore these features, like the toolbar on the side and some of their customization. It just felt like unnecessary work on their end. And I ended up not using any of the extra features that Florp has brought. And Florp also connects to Mozilla's account. I mean, it is optional. You don't have to log in, but it is not. Florp is not detached from Mozilla servers as LibreWolf is. So I don't know, if you care about this Firefox privacy thing, then I'm not entirely sure if Florp is the best choice, or even if we're reading these terms of use properly. This might not even apply to Florp, but Florp does sync with Mozilla servers, so have that in mind if this is something that concerns you. While true to end, Apple is good for old people that don't know how about touch. Well, Apple does just work until it stops working. But since it's not designed to be fixed by the end user, then you're a bit... Neil Thompson says professional... Okay, sorry, I'm jumping way up. Muff939, hi. Okay, if not for Firefox, what is the alternative browser? We will try to answer this question. Same for video editing programs. People like, I need to use Premiere. I mean, like, why? Are you going to make movies or something? People know I'm just going to make ordinary YouTube videos, and therefore I need Adobe Premiere. Well, yeah. Neil Thompson, okay, thanks. Uri Herrera, what did Uri said? I actually missed that. Zen browser is a fork of Firefox. Okay, I missed that one. Angel says, no, when I commented about Photoshop, I was referring to the persons that say I use Photoshop to do thumbnails. Okay. Nino Hedges says, VST3 plugin is just plugin and it all depends on whether a DAW supports it or not. Okay, we will agree with him on that. That is the toxic cycle of having Windows. Okay. It just works, then breaks, then... yeah. Angel says, in famous Drew 1, Florp is amazing. If they implement the tab stacking from Vivaldi, they could definitely steal a lot of Vivaldi users. The toolbar on this side was almost exclusively the reason why I switched to Florp originally. Yeah, the toolbar is something that I ended up not using. So, you know, all of these products have their target customers. Neil Thompson says, yes, VST3 plugins are audio plugins. I'm not saying that there are no Linux VST plugins. There are. I'm saying that the super good ones professional want to use do not have Linux versions. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay, so for everyone really new in the chat, I want to go through this paragraph one more time, and I will do it yet another time after a couple of minutes because I find it rather peculiar. So let's go ahead one more time through this. Mozilla grants you a personal license to install the binary version of Firefox, which is the Firefox from an authorized source that you can open and use right away. Okay, the binary, you get the rights to use the binary version. But because Firefox is open source, we make the source code for Firefox available to you under the terms of various open source licenses, including the Mozilla public license. This means you may use, copy, modify, and distribute Firefox to others as per free software license, as long as you follow the open source licenses and the Mozilla trademark guidelines. So that trademark is regarding the name and the logo usually, and these terms only apply to the binary version of Firefox, not the Firefox source code. So still, the entire page, the entire internet drama seems to not apply on the Firefox source code. But that's roughly my interpretation of this. Angel says, look at that Brave browser having problems with Wayland. Is that a distro different in Arch? Or is that a Flatpak or what? Is that a question for me, Angel? Because I did not understand the question. You said, look at that Brave browser. So I assume you mean the one that I'm using now. Having problems with Wayland? So which problems are we talking about? I am using Arch. That part I can answer. Is it a Flatpak? Yes, it is a Flatpak. But what is the problem? Which problem do you see on my screen? Look at that Wayland yellow icon there, upper left. Yeah. Wayland applications that are installed from Flatpak tend to do that. I think I have more. Let's try another one. Flatpak list. Sorry. List. Okay. I have GIMP, Kdenlive, I have Fedora Media Writer, OBS Studio, Flatseal, AnyDesk. So there we go. This is my Flatpaks. Let's go with, let me check OBS Studio. Okay, so here is OBS Studio. OBS Studio doesn't have the Wayland icon, but its own. Okay, let's try Fedora. Fedora Media Writer. Fedora Media Writer also Flatpak application on Wayland, but doesn't. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know why Brave is showing that icon, but I did see it on some other application. Let me try Kdenlive for a second. Kdenlive launching. Nope. Kdenlive doesn't have this problem either. Let's close Kdenlive. What did I have? What did I have? AnyDesk. Let's try AnyDesk. AnyDesk. Still launching. And AnyDesk failed to launch. Okay, broken crap. What else do I have? Jump and Bump, a video game. I guess that's all that I have. Let me check in which mode is it running. Help about. Actually, we can check it through this. Yeah, it's running in Wayland mode. It's running in Wayland mode. Let me see. How does it work? About Chrome flags. Yeah, Chrome flags. Preferred Ozone platform is Wayland. Yeah, so I have forced it to use Wayland, and I did that because it always insisted in starting in X11 mode on Hyperland. So when I use Hyperland, then all of my Chromium browser have to have Preferred Ozone platform forced on Wayland. Otherwise, they start in X11. This is something regarding Chromium. Daimland Trap says, I switched to Brave Flatpak 2, no problem so far. They do have some problems listed on their GitHub regarding Flatpak. So you can check there which problems do they still have with Flatpak and whether this concerns you or not. Neil Thompson says, I could be wrong, but I can't see how adding in the process of code conversion to a VST would possibly not add latency. Okay, this is beyond my understanding. The audio plugin is parts. Let's see acceptable use policy. You may not use any of Mozilla services to do Mozilla services. Okay, we're going to skip through all of this, because we're not interested in Mozilla services right now. This is irrelevant. So, so what Brody Robertson read on his screen seemed like you cannot use Firefox to watch porn. I mean, he laughed when he said that, so obviously it was a joke, and I did understand it as a joke, but this is not regarding Firefox, but Mozilla's services. So this entire page is irrelevant for today's topic. Bad Wolf Cowboy says, you're like the third person who went live talking about Firefox. Did I miss something? Bad Wolf Cowboy, I'm going to tell you what you have missed, and I'm going to shrink it to as short as I can. So let me turn off the reading mode. So Mozilla has changed their Firefox terms of use 3 days ago. See here? Actually, yeah, you can see it, right? So they changed it 3 days ago. And let me get back my reader mode, which sometimes doesn't work. So what they changed is that Mozilla gives you certain rights and permissions. Mozilla grants you a personal license to install the executable code version of Firefox web browser, which is ready to run Firefox, and use it immediately. We make the source code available under this license, you give Mozilla certain rights and permissions. You give Mozilla all rights necessary to operate Firefox, including processing data as we described in the Firefox privacy notice, as well as acting on your behalf to help you navigate the internet. So whatever the hell this means. When you upload or input information through Firefox, so this is so vague that it can be any keystroke, any image transmitted, any web page opened, because it's vague like that. You hereby grant Mozilla a non-exclusive royalty-free worldwide license to use that information to help you navigate, experience, and interact with online content as you indicate with your use of Firefox. So if you would jump to conclusions, this kind of sounds that they're going to spy on you so hard that you're going to cry. But generally this requires a lawyer to decrypt, and I'm not claiming this is bad or good. I'm just saying that from everyone's perception this seems bad. Okay, I invite you all to use your own head, read it once again in your own time, away from this stream, away from all of the news. Read it on your own, consult anyone you care about his or her opinion, and then decide whether this is bad for you or not. Nobody will get hurt if you stop using Firefox. So, you know, you don't have to tell everyone how you stopped using Firefox. You can, however, warn your friends about this and give them a heads up. Like, don't sell them doom and gloom. I wouldn't. But I think it is good when something like this comes up that you should read it, because you're the one who is agreeing to this. And if you're agreeing to this, then you have to understand what this means. That is what I'm saying. You have to understand what this is. And right now, I'm the one who doesn't understand what this means. Okay? And one of the reasons why I am doing the live stream, because I want to talk to you guys in the chat. I want you to help me understand what this means. And just as well, I want to help you to understand what this means. I have double clicked it or something. No, I clicked on the link, sorry. Bedwolf Cowboy says, thank you for your explanation. It does sound like they're monitoring us now. They didn't used to do that. Yeah, they didn't used to do that until 3 days ago. At least not on paper. I'm going to look into it more. Yeah. Joseph De Garmo says, hello, looks like it's time to start using Zen browser. Neil Thompson, so there are a bunch of Chromium-based browser. There are a bunch of Gecko-based browser, Firefox and all of its forks. And from what I gather, this Ladybug project is making its own new engine. Yeah, you are correct. Ladybird. It's Ladybird. Let's check it out. Ladybird web browser. Yeah, Ladybird. Ladybird is a new, truly independent web browser. They are writing the engine basically from scratch. As I understand it, they do have some C or C++ code, but they are kind of rewriting everything in Swift. And to be precise, in the latest version of Swift 6, which is something that can be comparable to C in terms of how low level it can operate and how fast it is. So these developers apparently have a good opinion on the latest version of Swift, and that's the one that they have picked to give them the ability to do the best they can with this browser. And the first platform S that they are building Ladybird for are Linux and Mac. And I assume it's Linux and Mac because both of them have the ability to do something same, maybe POSIX compliance or something like that, because Windows cannot do that. Neil says, or will forks of Firefox using the Gecko engine, LibreWolf Tor browser still be all right going into the future? Who is in charge of the Gecko browser engine? Well, that's a good question. Who is in charge of Gecko browser engine? So Gecko browser engine is not exactly detachable from Firefox. You know, with cars, you can take the engine out of the car and maybe install it into a new car if you adapt it a little bit, like where the screws go. But I'm simplifying it, of course. But Gecko engine is Firefox. It is not two parts. There is no Firefox user interface and the engine on top of the Firefox sits. Firefox is Gecko. That's problematic, right? You cannot separate them, and that's why all of the Gecko-based browsers look very much alike. Because it would be a hell of a lot of work for someone to detach the entire UI from the engine, and when the Firefox would bump to a new version, then they would have to detach everything again, as far as I understand it. So all of the Firefox-based browsers are in fact Firefox-based browsers. They are not Gecko-based browsers. So who is in charge of Gecko browser engine? Mozilla is. They're the one developing Firefox. Joseph DeGarmo says, I tried the Zen browser Flatpak, but it crashes on Wayland. Let's give it a try. Flatpak install Zen. I guess nothing. Let me try flathub.org Zen browser. Okay, the code for Zen browser is this. Interesting, it's the same question. Oh, maybe the first command that I tapped could have worked as well. So the app Zen browsers Zen. App Zen browsers Zen. So number 7. Proceed with it. Oh, it wants to pull everything. Okay, sorry. I thought that it was asking me which package do I want. Math939 asks, what guarantees the security of the lesser known browsers? Well, nothing. You have to trust the maker, or if it is an open source project, then you have to trust the community who is inspecting this open source project. And if the project has more users, then there are more eyes on the project and more chances for a bug or a security and or privacy issue to be caught, right? The more eyes on the project, the higher trust you can invest, in my opinion. So yeah, if it's a small project, then it could be better than the big project, but there are less eyes on a smaller project. So that's how open source works. Neil Thompson asks, okay, so if we cannot trust Gecko browser engine, then we cannot even trust Tor browser, right? Well, I didn't insinuate that we cannot trust Gecko browser engine. I was just saying that Mozilla is the one who is developing it, and everyone else who forks out of it still depend on Mozilla to develop it further so they can fork again. And when Mozilla bumps the version, they fork it again and again and again. It's most of these, like LibreWolf, right? What is LibreWolf? People say it's a fork, but what is a fork in the case of a LibreWolf. So right now you have a Firefox version, I don't know, 135 roughly, and LibreWolf forks from the source code of Firefox 135, and then they apply all of their patches and changes to Firefox 135, and then they package it as LibreWolf 135. And when they're not developing the engine, so when Firefox 136 comes out, then LibreWolf team comes again, takes the new source code, and then they apply their patches once again, and then they give it to us as LibreWolf 136. It's not that big of a, brain behind all of this. Joseph says, I think it has something to do with Flatpak permissions. I wish there is a deb version of it. Deb version of Zen, I'm sure there is somewhere. Maybe not on the Debian's official repository, but you can surely find it elsewhere. Let me check, like Zen browser, right? You said, welcome to calmer internet. Skip Neil Thompson, I understand that. Okay. I apologies if I am talking too much. I just, when I'm not sure what I need to answer, then I kind of tend to make it longer than it should be. Okie dokie. Your colors, your workspaces. I'm not too much into rising, but okay. Don't take it against me, but all of these buttons here, it's kind of nice, and I'm not exactly sure how much niceness do I need. Is this in full screen or what happened here? It's some kind of a full screen. Where's the toolbar? Why didn't I get KDE toolbar here? I suppose I can get it in options, but it's kind of weird. So these are like default tabs on the left. I remember this browser from previously. I tried it once and I didn't really like how it looks, but I suppose this is its selling point, the way it looks. It's actually pretty, but I kind of don't want a pretty browser. I just want browser to open web pages. That's all. I don't take it personally, right? Everyone picks whatever you want. It's just that this is too pretty for me. Teams. What's up? Be in your element. Decline this. Google. So the Zen browser is shipping Google reject everything, Google search engine button as a default. What if I type like test in here and press enter? Yeah, it goes to Google, okay. Okay. The thing is, when Google loses their ability to pay for the advertisement of their search engine with Firefox and Mozilla, they will lose it with Zen browser as well. So Zen will then change their default search engine, and I can just guess that it will be Bing after summer 2025. Uri says, I think your question is from the wrong angle, since Firefox forks compile the source code. They don't redistribute the Firefox compiled binary. Those policies don't apply to them. Yeah, it definitely sounds like those policies don't apply to them. And Neil asks, and I suppose that with the Gecko engine, Firefox being free and open source software, if Mozilla were to insert something questionable that would even affect all forks, we will all see it reported. And Uri says, ideally, yes. Yes, this is very well put. Ideally, yes. Because when you have thousands of eyes on a source code, then there are more chances for a problem to be caught. But if you remember or recall the XZ debacle, especially with Debian, this is an open source project on which people work in open, and yet someone managed to insert a backdoor into an actual open source project that thousands of projects depend on. It was caught. It was caught before it was released into the production, but just by a hair. And I also believe that it was caught by a mere accident by one of the developers who noticed some kind of a strange behavior regarding resources being used on his computer that were a little bit unusual than they used to be previously. So I'm using this example as both bad example and a good one. So what was bad about XZ debacle was that someone managed to insert a backdoor into an open source public project on which a lot of people are working. What the good side of open source community is that someone else actually managed to catch it. So both sides of the coin are very much valid. If for you it can be glass half full or glass half empty, but either way, the water is roughly here, right? Yeah, Kambi is repeating my sentence, and Kambi is correct. I'm just saying it was both good and bad. Joseph de Garma says Zen is available in the Arch user repository, but I use Debian. Well, you have Arch user repository and Debian on Debian as well, Joseph. You can use Debian's Arch user repository if you want. Neil Thompson says the XZ story is actually very insane. The bad actors were 6 years into a 10-year plan that was a combination of technical hacking and human social hacking. Scary stuff. Red Blueprint says, let's talk about Warp for Windows. Ah, shit. I was hoping that you were saying let's talk about Warp engines. I want to talk about Warp engines and Enterprise and Voyager. Joseph DeGarno is asking Paxtal. Yeah, I'm talking about Paxtal, yes. Does Paxtal have Zen browser? Let's check it out. Zen browser binary. There you go. Joseph DeGarmo, I think you're... I don't know. Check it out. Check it out if this will work on Debian. Some of these Paxtal packages don't work on Debian. For some reason, they want Ubuntu, but Zen browser being binary, I don't know. Check it out for yourself if you want. Actually, let me check out Zen browser. Zen browser download web page. Download for Linux x86. Ah, yeah, okay. They don't ship any any of these specific distributions, right? Joseph de Garmo is asking how to install Paxtel. Oh, easy. Go to the paxtel.dev. Here you go in chat, and just copy paste this. And it will prepare Paxtel for you. And once Paxtel is installed, then you can use like Paxtel install something. I kind of forgot. It's really easy to use. I just forgot. Showcase. So neofetch, there is no neofetch. Paxtel-i neofetch. Okay, -i neofetch, and it will install neofetch for you. I'll give it a try later. Okay. So where were we? Acceptable use policy. I think this clearly doesn't apply to Firefox at all. The acceptable use policy. So anything illegal, threaten, harass, deceive, mislead, engage, illegal gambling, I mean, whatever, exploit children, collect or harvest personal identifier. I mean, all of this is very, very against the law, all of it. So violate any person's right of privacy, and all of this is against the law. So you would not do this anyway. But even if you would be a bad guy, then this would not apply to Firefox, but to Firefox services. Catching up with chat. Angel says, the other day I was looking for rolling release Debian distros. The ones that I found out were Nitrux and PKOS. Guys, what do you think about it? Angel, I don't know if you noticed, but the guy who made Nitrux is with us in chat in the entire time. I can vouch for him to be the legit person. Neil Thompson says, by human social hacking, I mean they dedicated 5 years to both earning the trust. Yeah, I understand. It's an insane job, and I can just imagine the hair pulling that the hacker, or the bad hacker, right, did when the whole job failed. Okay, I added a wrench next to Uri's name, just so that you guys know that I vouch for this person. That's all. That's why I put a wrench on his name. Angel says, I tried to install Nitrux. I remember that day, one live stream. We were talking, and then I went over and tried, but I was so confused about how the partitioning Nitrux, because I was dual booting. Did I not do the dual boot of Nitrux straight on that live stream? I think I did. And that at the end I felt tired and decided to figure it out later. Dual booting while you're tired with a new distribution, definitely don't do that. I agree. Do it when you're fresh in the morning. Or at least back up your data before you do something bad. Uri says it's simple if you follow the step in the documentation. Yeah, that's what I did. The only thing that I wasn't sure from the documentation is how big the root partition should be, because I was relatively aware that the partition will be having relatively fixed size requirements, and that wasn't in the documentation if I wanted to min-max my partitions, right? If I would want to make root as small as possible, but in order to be future-proof, I didn't want to give it 200 gigabytes for no reason if it uses only 18 or whatever the size is. I kind of forgot. Uri did tell me on that live stream what the size was, but I simply cannot remember all of the numbers. Joseph says, I'd rather use Fedora than Debian SID. Well, you should use what you feel comfortable with, right? If the 6-month release Fedora gives you a peace of mind over Debian unstable, then yeah. Angel says, definitely will have to read some docs because I was going crazy. I mean, I did dual boot with immutable distros like Clear, but with Nitrux it was difficult for me. So anyway, yeah, docs. Angel, if you go through my live stream and just the end part of the live stream, just go through the partitioning part, right? I think that was... I think going again through how I partitioned it live on stream, I think that may help you a little bit. Yeah, and also what Uri says, you can reach out to them on, by them I mean he and his team on their chat channels. What else did we miss? Firefox privacy notice. You're in control. Privacy isn't just a setting. Angel says I did, but I got an error and I was tired. Yeah, okay, sure, I understand. Demlan Trap says take a knife and cut HDD hard drive in as many partitions as you want. Demlan Trap, can I tell you something funny? When I was a kid, not an actual kid, but I mean like when I was 25. When I was 25, I have had a 20 gigabyte 3.5-inch IDE hard drive, and by IDE I mean not SATA. I mean the old ones that had a master-slave switch. Do you remember those? So I had some data on that hard drive, and I purchased an external housing for that hard drive. Give me just a second, I will show it to you. Yeah, okay. Where's my OBS? Okay, I just wanted to understand the size of this thing, right? So this is 20 gigabytes. Okay, this is 20 gigabytes. This is 20 gigabytes. This is 32 gigabytes. And this phone has 256 gigabytes micro SD card. Anyways, I kept... Look at this. I kept this hard drive for more than 15 years. It's almost 20 now. It's almost 20 years that I have this hard drive, and I was keeping it in my in one of my least used drawers because I was convinced that I had something important on this drive from my childhood. I mean, from my younger age, right? And now that I have created a really good network storage for myself, now I have like 3 point something terabytes of storage aligned with ZFS RAID Z2. So I have like 4 hard drives and 2 spare ones. So two hard drives can die and I will still have my data. And I told myself, let's take all of my stuff from here and finally put it somewhere where it is safe. And along the way, I'm going to find out what I have been keeping, right, for so long. And then I can throw this into recycling yard. And imagine me today hooking this up into my Arch Linux, plugging in this old USB B cable. And what happened? I'm just making all of this drama now intentionally. There is nothing on this drive. There is a 19 gigabyte NTFS empty partition. And I was so in disbelief that I went ahead and I installed a virtual machine. I quickly installed Windows into a virtual machine, and then I passed through the USB port from this through my Arch into my Windows virtual machine, just to be sure that Windows is seeing the same thing as my Arch Linux is. And what do you know? Windows said there is nothing on this hard drive. Joseph says Nobara is kind of bloated and has no budgie or XFCE version. Looks nice though, but not really for low spec computers. Do current software and distros able to recognize that drive? Yeah, it's a Bedwolf Cowboy. It's a normal USB drive. It's a normal USB 2 hard drive. Nothing out of the ordinary. You can plug it into whatever you want. Angel says, what I don't like about Nobara is that it doesn't feel to me like an operating system, but more like kind of a gaming solution. And if I compare that, I get from Arch Gaming and Nobara. Well, Nobara is a gaming solution, yes. I mean, that's what the author envisioned it for. They took Fedora and they modified, they customized Fedora so that you don't have to. Okay, I mean, they're not selling it as anything different. Demlan Trap says, oh, well, keep it around, might sell soon as antiquity. No, I will throw it away. Back to Gecko and Firefox. Yeah, back to Gecko and Firefox. Who said that? Neil Thompson. Okay, let's say that Mozilla goes broke. Gone. Quite possible. No more Gecko engine maintenance by Mozilla. So when that happens with what happens with Gecko engine maintenance? Well, Gecko is, I mean, Firefox is open source, right? You can fork it. Nobody is really stopping you from forking it actually. And by actually, I don't mean just doing tiny soft fork changes. What I mean is fork it for real and then develop it on your own. You can do that. You can do that right now if you have the skills. So anyone can take Firefox right now, fork it for real, do a hard fork, and develop something else entirely out of that. Nobody's stopping you. It's just that nobody really wanted to do that up until now, and still nobody raised his hand and said, I want to do such a thing, right? Demland Trap says, yeah, I have a Canon printer that has same USB drive. You mean USB connector, which is why I preferred Ultramarine Linux. Hello. Camera. Have to turn the camera off. There we go. Yes, sir. Angela asks, anybody here remembers when Opera used to maintain Presto, those golden years of Opera 11 and 12? Budem pe jur, ja? Yes, I do remember Presto. It wasn't entirely compatible with all of the internet back in the day, when it was a thing. And that was kind of... It wasn't a huge deal breaker, but some of the things wouldn't properly render in Opera. And if I recall correctly, I mean in Presto, right? It was because the internet already switched to Chromium, right? I mean the web developers simply didn't want to bother by testing in Opera because Opera didn't have enough users. So Opera just said beep it, and they switched to Chromium before they sold themselves to China. And Neil Thompson says, yes, I do get that, but Mozilla was a large team with lots of resources and combined knowledge. So will the various forks have staff resources to do the job? I would say no. All of the forks like Zen, Florp, LibreWolf, whatever else, they will not be able to continue without Mozilla. Uri says, ideally a group of volunteers would maintain Firefox. However, Firefox is a big project that requires human resources. Yeah, it is a big project, and I'm fairly certain that there will be a group of volunteers that will step in and give it their best shot to continue the legacy of Firefox in case Mozilla would go bankrupt. I just can't say how successful will they be, right? As far as I understand from all of the sayings on the internet, the code of Firefox is rather complex, and it could do a good rewrite at this point. What I mean by that is that it may not be entirely easy to maintain, especially not for new guys. Joseph says, I tried Vivaldi, but its cloud servers are unreliable and goes offline. What cloud services? I didn't even try their cloud services. You mean the sync? While true do end, I just switched to Windows 10. Don't blame me. I just think Windows 10 is better. I actually think Windows 8 is better than 10. I'm just saying. Demland Trap says, yeah, Firefox has huge code base. It would be hell to deal with that mess. Well, there are always super programmers who can deal with everything. Uri says, without Mozilla, the development of Firefox would be rather slow, even if it continued, I'd argue. Yeah, that sounds like a really good argument. Joseph de Garmo says Windows 8.1 was faster. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, 8.1. The latest version of 8. 8.1 was the fastest modern Windows of all of them. Bad Wolf Cowboy doesn't like Windows 11 in general, and he prefers Windows 10. Kovabunga says, what are your thoughts on Cosmic Desktop System 76? I don't have any particular thoughts. I'm waiting for them to release it, and then we're going to see what it's like. I have tried it. I have tried alpha version 3, I think. It had some superficial bugs. Some of the things didn't integrate at all with Arch Linux where I tried it. So next time I'm going to try it on Pop OS, but that will probably be when Pop OS releases with the final version of Cosmic, right? I don't have any expectations from that desktop environment, to be honest. I don't really see myself using it, but I'm not saying this in a malicious way. It's just that I don't know. I'm kind of the guy who sticks to what works until this stops working, and then I try to find something that will fix my problem, right? For now, I'm okay with KDE Plasma. I don't feel GNOME. I don't like it. I kind of like Plasma better. Plasma has its own issues and bugs and whatnot. So I tried Hyperland as a window manager. It's a lot different from desktop environment, right? So you have to combine it with a lot of the software that comes bundled with a desktop environment, such as Dolphin. But generally, I tend to try to get into window managers more. But the more days pass, it is more difficult to use window managers because you have to do a lot of manual stuff. But it's kind of interesting because you learn a lot about how portals work. You learn how Wayland behaves in certain applications, because KDE Plasma does a lot of things for you, and you don't really notice the problems with various applications because Plasma kind of masks everything for you and makes it pretty for you so that you don't have to really worry. I think it's the same with GNOME, right? But when you go raw with window manager, let's say Hyperland, but it's valid for all of the other ones, then you get to experience the rawness of various applications, and you have to tune a lot of things on your own in order to just make things to work as they work out of the box on a desktop environment, right? I know I didn't answer your question properly regarding System 76 and Cosmic Desktop. Use it yourself and see how you feel it. I will most definitely do the same when it releases. Right now it's underdeveloped, so what I tried in alpha I didn't like, so let's wait for the final release to give it some proper judgment. Neil Thompson says, like this live stream if you're help here. Yeah, give it a thumbs up. How many did I get even? I didn't even check. I got 14. I could do more. Camby says, I use WDM, the DWM, suckless program, but I have to make the configuration for Hyperland so I can finally start using Wayland. Yeah. Daimler Trap Cosmic is like baby of GNOME and some Tyler. I don't know if I would agree with that, but if you feel it like that, fine. Joseph says Cinnamon has bad performance on 4K, so I tend to stick with KDE. Neil says, I agree with you. Linux Runner says, I've never used GNOME desktop environment because from what I've seen, it looks like the style of a cell phone user interface, and I can't stand that. Yeah, it's a rather odd interface. But, you know, the the thing behind GNOME user interface, and particularly I mean the Lib-Advaita design guidelines, they actually want to do the good thing. They're trying to do something that I actually would like, and that is the consistency with the user interface, with the applications, right? But the way they do it is what I don't like. I appreciate the design guidelines and the consistency between all of the applications, but their version of consistency, I don't like their design. That's all. And Lib-Advaita is it feels a little bit hard-coded because you can't really skin it. When you bring your Lib-Advaita application into another environment, not just KDE Plasma or Qt environment, but also to another GTK environment, it feels out of place because of the way it makes user interface. It is good, Lib-Advaita. It is good in terms of how unified everything is, but it's bad in terms of how it fits into other design environments because it's so different. So that part is a bit shitty. Kawabunga with the 20 United States, thank you very much. I'm going to give it a like. Thank you very much, Kawabunga. Kawabunga says, much appreciated for your viewpoint. I will stick with KDE and cautiously wait until stable release of Cosmic, just to see if it is any better. I can always just stick with KDE and be happy forever. That is pretty much my viewpoint, yeah. That is pretty much the same viewpoint that I have. Because they are, System 76, right, Kawabunga? System 76 is working hard on getting that 1.0 version out of the gate. And they did put a lot of disclaimers that this is unfinished product. So simply by being unfinished product, I reserve my right to refuse the judgment of an unfinished product, if that makes sense. That's all. And the chat is saying, let's celebrate Kawabunga's first super chat on a live stream. Yay! Thank you very much. I'm just gonna have to drink a little bit of coffee because my mouth's dry. Alexei says, I can't really agree with this argument that Lib-Advaita looks out of place elsewhere. KDE apps look out of place in GNOME as well. They just use different design language, GNOME being inspired by the macOS, while KDE being very Windows-like. Well, it's true, but the problem that I have is, the whole... Can I call it Linux ecosystem, Alexei? The problem that I have is whether you choose GNOME or KDE or incoming Cosmic, there is always going to be some discrepancy in the design language. And some of the teaming has tried to fix this, but it's not possible. So what I would like to see is someone really, really, really smart trying to come up with a solution. That's what I would like to see, especially with this, especially with the Brave. Actually, now I remembered who asked me about the Wayland icon in Brave. Who was that? Now I know why we have a Wayland icon on Brave. I remember now. I remember. I'm just waiting for that person who told me, who noticed the Wayland icon in Brave. And now I know why this is here. This is here because settings, not this, I'm just checking. The appearance, what was it? Show tab groups, use system title bar and borders. Okay, this is the default style of Brave. Brave actually did not even anticipate that I'm going to have the application icon in the top left. They simply forgot. And I'm the one who came in here and clicked I want to use the system title bar because I want to have this KDE close and maximize and minimize buttons. So when I have something like, I don't know, Kitty, right? A terminal. So when I, so it's like, so that I have unique style of the title bars, right? The obvious downside is that I have one line or row completely wasted on Brave. But I kind of prefer having these KDE style buttons here than having an extra space on my window, because when I actually need this extra space, I just press F11 to go full screen. And Brave simply forgot that there is somebody crazy to waste one line, and they simply forgot the icon here. Demland Trap says, in my opinion, GNOME is a lot better design-wise than KDE. Well, that's arguably in the eye of the beholder, and KDE Plasma is a little bit wacky in terms of not all of their application follow the same design language guidelines. So from that perspective alone, I think GNOME is doing a better job overall. But me liking KDE better is a matter of personal choice, right? Ubuntu Mate, Joseph says, Ubuntu Mate and Budgie versions can easily have a Mac or Windows layout. It's not about layout. It's about the buttons in the software itself, right? Neil Thompson says he has a theory. The modern style of rounded corners, buttons, icons, bubbles, everything is originated from the public's mass rejection of super square Windows 8 and related Windows Phone. Well, it's a theory as good as any. Let me check. Let's say Discover, right? Where is Discover? Okay. So here you can see not too much of the KDE stylings. Maybe a little bit. So Discover doesn't have a lot of design guidelines of KDE. Let's find something else. Let's go with the internet. Aggregator. Okay, this feels a little bit like KDE, right? Let's find something else. I want to show you a little bit of KDE design guidelines feel. Contact. Okay, this is super ugly, but super KDE-like in terms of design guidelines. Okay, can you already start feeling the KDE in this, right? All of the applications. Arc. Okay. Let's open, I don't know, GreyJ. Okay, Arc also feels like KDE application, right? Feels like KDE application, and then I need something that is very GNOME. I just don't really remember what I have from GNOME. Well, it's GIMP, right? But GIMP follows its own design guidelines. I mean, GIMP is the father of GTK, right? But GIMP is not LibAdwaita. GIMP is just the software that invented GTK, basically. Maybe I'm not framing it correctly, but you know what I mean. Let's find something that is GNOME based. Calibre. Is Calibre GNOME based? GTK based. Design language of this is completely different. Alexei is noticing the discrepancy in this design language on KDE. Yeah, I'm looking for something that is LibAdwaita. Can someone please give me an example of LibAdwaita program? Because I know what I want to show you. I just don't know if I have anything that is LibAdwaita on my system. Elisa, this could be. I don't think this is LibAdwaita. Falcon. FlatSeal. FlatSeal is LibAdwaita, isn't it? I think this is LibAdwaita. Yeah, but this is a little bit minimal in terms of LibAdwaita design, but I guess it serves the purpose, right? So first of all, what you can notice with LibAdwaita design is the toolbar is not as pronounced. Something that you could call toolbar exists because you can drag the window if you pull it here, but if you try to pull it here, you cannot, right? I'm clicking, but nothing is happening, right? So there is some kind of a toolbar area here. It's just that the design language doesn't make it pronounced. And then you have this hamburger here and these buttons here, right? And the maximize and minimize buttons are all of the built-in ones, right? So they do have this distinct design language. I hope I can find another program that is LibAdwaita, so I can give you an example how LibAdwaita programs look very much the same, right? Kovabunga is gifting 5 memberships to Kroni Akatsuki, Strefa Linux, Sad Pepe, That's Pretty Neato, Arrow the Bunny. Alexei is asking papers. Anyways, Kovabunga, thank you very much for participating so actively in the chat and the stream. Thank you very much. Uri says KDE didn't have UI guidelines for desktop applications, which is why apps look different. But it does have guidelines for Kirigami applications, which makes them consistent. Well, Uri is one of the main persons, if not the main person, behind the default theme, Breeze, in KDE. So, you know, if there wasn't for Uri, there wouldn't be a Breeze theme. So I suppose he knows something about design guidelines, but I'm gonna leave Uri to speak on his own accord, because I'm not that familiar with these design guidelines for KDE. I know what it means, but I never actually started programming so that this would, I mean, for these user interfaces. So Alexei says KDHIG existed long ago. I have a feeling that you guys are going to sort this out. Kowabunga, you're being crazy today, but thank you for being crazy. I cannot read the Chinese name, but welcome into the chat. MM, Milo Hoffman, Grumpy, Oleg, Hivtits, Oleg Hevtits, sorry, I cannot really pronounce it. The Troll Swing Boy, Not My Fish Dry, Sherry M6, okay, that's a long name. Bobby Hill, Stefan Mishik. Oh, Stefan, welcome in. And thank you once again, Kowabunga, for the gifts to everyone here in chat. Transmission has a GTK and Qt version. Yeah, but I shit you not, I have a Qt version of Transmission, so I cannot show it to you. Let's see what else I have here. There must be something that I have that is... I forgot the name. You'll see a lot of video games. FreeCAD. This is a pure GTK application, isn't it? This is not... this is not... Bottles is very much GNOME. Do I have bottles? I don't have bottles, but I can install it. Let's go ahead and install bottles. I think bottles is somewhat reminding me on LibreWolf design, but I'm not entirely sure if it is LibreWolf or is it the author simply being inspired by it. Joseph says bottles appears to be LibreWolf application. Yeah, I know what you mean, because I did use it. I use it at work, actually, but not at home. Yeah, this definitely feels like LibreWolf design. Yeah, this hamburger and everything stashed together in one row, like all of the useful buttons. Uri says the HIG is not the same as UI guidelines, though it doesn't provide examples of UI elements. It provides information regarding the interaction. Neil Thompson says, I know you sometimes struggle to think of the best English words to use, but your use of I shit you not was really well done. Okay, thanks. Sometimes I say unplanned things, right? And when I say unplanned things, then it is what it is. Kowabunga says, wanted to send you thanks for all of your insightful videos. Gotta get going, but I wish you the best. Have a good day, and a good day to the rest of the chat. Arch, by the way, yeah, I understand that. Kowabunga, thank you for watching my videos. Thank you for gifting all of the chat. And see you in the next one, right? Say good evening or goodbye to Kowabunga, everybody. Kowabunga actually spent quite a lot of money today in this chat, so Linux, by the way, yes. Hyperland, by the way. Debian, by the way. LibreWolf, by the way. KDE, by the way. Okay, Uri says developer Android.com. Developer Android.com. Let's do that. We are going to read this. Uri says, for example, Android design guidelines. So, Uri, what is this example for? I mean, I know what you want to do with this, but what do you want me to say about this? I'm sure that you will type it in chat, but I want to help it. I want to help the chat visually because I'm the one with the command stick here. Uri says KDE has a similar guideline to Kirigami applications, but not other applications. It was free to all. I think an actual developers need to dig deeper than this introduction page if they are going to develop for Android. I don't think this page is explaining everything. Said Pepe says, is that a command stick or are you just happy to see me? Both. Getting started with Kirigami. Learning to create your first application using Kirigami. Kirigami framework, C++, Python, programming languages, styles, colors, typography. Okay, let's see. Colors, hover color. Okay, so this is the colors that you should use, I suppose. The design. Yeah, okay. I'm starting to get a feel of why some KDE applications look like they do. But I actually never checked the Kirigami. I'm not that much interested in development. So when you go to develop KDE.org frameworks Kirigami, and then you have HIG here. Discover the design principles that power Kirigami applications. So HIG is the design principle that powers Kirigami applications. And here we have some phones. And NeoChat. Yeah, NeoChat is very much KDE application. Let's click here. KDE Human Interface Guidelines. Why is good design so important? Design determines how well something fulfills its functional purpose and how enjoyable it is to interact with. If either is lacking, the result will be frustrating. People won't want to use a poorly designed app, and if forced to, they will be resentful and spread negativity about it. Avoid this through good design. Yeah. Neil Thompson says, Eliza, first chatbot I ever saw. Okay. Damlan Trap, Android has big use of Linux workspace, says, I think. Each new app launches in new workspace. I don't know that technically. Eliza? I actually have Eliza installed. Here is Eliza, so make what you will out of this. I mean, it definitely feels like something coming out of KDE. Show in folder. Not my fish, says Kawabunga. Thanks for the sub. Kawabunga left the chat, but I'm sure he appreciates your thanks. He had to go, or she maybe. I actually don't know. Okie dokie. I kind of got lost in the in all of the design guidelines stuff. I got lost in the design guidelines stuff. I wish I could, be a programmer and actually make use of some of these design guidelines stuff, right? I mean, to all of you who said that you prefer GNOME, right? It's not that I don't prefer GNOME or prefer KDE. I have used GNOME previously. I don't really like the feel of the GNOME desktop environment. It's not the gaming part and the variable refresh rate and HDR and all that stuff that GNOME doesn't do properly and KDE can do. I actually don't miss any of that. It's just that for some reason I kind of vibe better with KDE at the moment, while I have previously used GNOME. It's just that GNOME 3 has never really sit well with me. The uniqueness of the looks of their application is good. That I like. I think KDE does a pretty good job at making their own first-party applications look, as recognizable as possible. But what I would like to see in the future is that both, if you come with the GNOME environment or with the KDE environment, or even some new environment that will come up in the future, I wish that you could have a unique experience, right? For example, if you're a Windows user, then you have a shit show of design guidelines because nobody really cares about anything that Microsoft says. The developers that do applications on Windows, it is a shit show, right? Just say it with me. It is a shit show. Every application look completely different. Even Microsoft's application look differently. So from that perspective, Windows is the most I wanted to say ugly, but what I meant is a lot stronger than the word ugly. The inconsistency of all of the software that people tend to install on Windows is way out of line. And when you come to Linux, you only have two camps that kind of are not interchangeable, right? I wanted to say GTK, but actually it's not really GTK anymore, is it? It's basically Liability now against whatever Plasma. That's how it feels. Because whatever used to be GTK, it's slowly transitioning into Liability. Whether it's coming from GNOME itself, who are definitely trying their best to transition everything to Liability, but also from third-party developers who work with GTK, they tend to adopt Liability because it only makes sense these days. So when I'm comparing the how these two visual ecosystems interoperate together, I think it's safe to say that one camp is no longer GTK, but it's actually libadwaita. And this is fine. If KDE would vanish and everything would be libadwaita, then Linux would look perfect. I mean, what we use as desktop on Linux, everything would be perfect. But since we have all of this various software written in all of these different toolkits, then Neil Thompson says, oh, okay, that player is different, Eliza, than I remember from way back. Yeah, I don't remember what it looked like before. Said Pepe, I think consistent look and feel should be a super high priority in the future for all desktop environments. We have the technology. Said Pepe, well, GNOME is working hard on that. But the problem is interoperability, right? We have multiple camps, and it's not like you can tell, application developers, it's not like you can force, them to do something that you said. Expectations don't equal reality always, right? And personally, I think Linux on the desktop is fairly consistent, especially if you go with GNOME with GNOME, because I think more software is available as with the libadwaita look. Said Pepe, I want them to all work together so the different apps from outside can have their look and feel be in line with whatever you are using. I know not gonna happen. Yeah, you can't do that because KDE has completely different design language. Alexei says, I don't think third-party developers are going to go libadwaita. Say Inkscape. Transmission GTK4 port is just that, GTK4. Maybe. I don't know. We just saw bottles, right? So this is one of the third-party application examples, right? libadwaita is extension of GTK4. Yes, but GNOME is pushing that quite hard. The thing with the default GTK look is that it is skinnable enough so that it can blend into KDE. That's what I mean. GTK can blend into KDE, and a regular user might not notice that. They might not notice the difference. But with libadwaita, it's the whole interface with the buttons and everything that is you can't skin it in a way that it feels like it fits into KDE environment. And what Alexei said about KDE applications, yes, you cannot do the opposite as well. But from the perspective of a user, it's hard to get one size fits all solution. Bottles is specifically an app using GNOME design language. They were not required to do that. Of course, they were not required to do that. But what I'm saying is if you have a lot of users of Linux using GNOME, then there is more incentive for third-party developers to rather adopt this design language than something that will feel out of place, right? Ubuntu has a high market share. GNOME design language by default. Fedora has a relatively high market share. GNOME design language. Debian has, well, if you don't touch the defaults during installer, Debian will install GNOME for you by default. So once again, huge user base. Also, you get GNOME by default. These are 3 really, really large distributions that all ship with GNOME by default. So you already are having a really high user base that is by default, offloaded into the GNOME look and feel. Zorin is not that big, but also ships with GNOME by default. Mint is basically a fork of GNOME 3, but it looks different. It doesn't follow LibreWolf. What else do we have? Popular distributions. Give me a big distribution, popular one. Let's check out. I cannot remember. DistroWatch. And one side will not be happy, says Alexei. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. One side will not be happy. Demlan Trap says KD is also a fork of GNOME. No, KD is definitely not a fork of GNOME. KD is made with C++ language and Qt toolkit. If you go to qt.io, this is well, I don't think that this website will give you any insight, but basically you have this toolkit that helps you make the user interface. Qt is one toolkit, GTK is another toolkit. GTK originated as GIMP toolkit, right? People who made GIMP software for drawing, GIMP image manipulation. GTK originally meant GIMP toolkit, okay? And this is where GTK started, and this is where GNOME started from. And this is all written in C language. And KD uses Qt toolkit, which basically uses, you can use multiple languages as bindings, but basically it is C++. Neil Thompson says Ubuntu, Pop, Mint. Well, I'm not counting Pop because Pop is transitioning from GNOME to their own desktop. Mint Cinnamon is a fork of GNOME 3, but their design language is no longer LibreWolf, or never was. Endeavor, I don't know what Endeavor ships as a default desktop environment. Debian ships GNOME by default unless you click another one. The choice is really easy to switch, but if you don't change it, it will be GNOME. Arch doesn't ship any desktop environment, and Fedora ships GNOME. You switched it with Mate or Mate, okay? Alexei says also Cinnamon is based on GNOME 3. But their design language kind of went in a slightly different way. Neil Thompson says Zorin ships GNOME. Manjaro ships. Doesn't Manjaro ship KDE by default? Someone correct me on this. Manjaro desktops. Manjaro Linux offers Xfce as the core desktop options as well as KDE and GNOME. Okay, so does this mean that Xfce is their default version? Let's see on their webpage. Do they mention their default desktop environment? Oh, they don't have a default one. They simply give you all of the options equally aligned here. Okay. Okay, so 33% that you're going to pick GNOME, I suppose, if you go with Manjaro. Alexei says that Cinnamon being slightly different design guide language from GNOME is an understatement. But yeah, what I wanted to say to everyone, not just Alexei, is that I think a really huge Linux user desktop population is actually using GNOME. So if I would be a third party, if I would be a Linux application developer, and by application I mean something that works on a desktop, I would probably choose to go with GNOME user interface and use GTK as my toolkit, and probably would adopt libadwaita as well, simply because most users, in my opinion, right now are there. Maybe there is a poll somewhere on the internet where it was where people were questioned and they answered. So maybe we can find out. Maybe we can ask AI. I don't know. Let's ask AI. Actually, we are already using Search Brave. Let's see how smart this thing is to realize what I'm asking. Don't take this answer for granted, although it is saying the same thing as I do. But we'll check the sources for this. So the AI thinks that it has read on some of these sources that most Linux desktop users are on GNOME, which primarily uses GTK and libadwaita rather than KDE Plasma, which uses Qt Toolkit and Kirigami framework. GNOME has been the default desktop environment on many Linux distributions for quite some time, influencing user behavior due to its default status. This doesn't necessarily indicate a difference in quality between, GTK and libadwaita are preferred for applications that aim to fit well across different desktop environments. Okay, this is false. Whereas Qt and Kirigami are more suited for KDE Plasma applications. How is this true? This doesn't sound like true any more than this does, but okay, this is stupid AI. GNOME applications are designed to integrate seamlessly with GNOME desktop environment. Of course they are, ensuring a consistent look and feel. Okay, let's see some of these sources for all of this information. Okay, geeksforgeeks.org. I actually don't know this website. Desktop environments have always been one of the most important aspects of Linux operating system. KDE, Plasma, and GNOME are two very strong competitors in this field. Okay, I need the answer to my question. Customization, application, performance, ease of use, workflow, community. The community of KDE is huge and active with a reputation for innovation and continuous development. This group is particularly known for their commitment to desktop environments which go beyond limits and bring in something new. They have lots of documentation, tutorials, forums, etc. online, which can be used for troubleshooting as well as customization tips on getting more out of KDE. Like KDE, GNOME also has a large and active community that contributes to the development and maintenance of GNOME Shell along with its applications. The main focus point behind this project is creating an environment where everything looks clean and user-friendly so people find it easy to use. If you need any help or want to know more about anything related to GNOME, there are many support resources such as comprehensive documentation, or even just browsing through some forums will give you good insight into what's going on in the world of GNOME. So what this website is saying that they have kind of equal communities? Welcome to the modern internet. Yeah, I agree. I agree 101% with Alexei on this one. This is journalism of 2020, whatever. Yeah. Community, large and active community, active community. Okay, useless website. Experience with Qt and GTK from 8 months ago. Hello all, I'm thinking about making a Linux desktop app. Oh, this one is good. This is some kind of a developer. Hello all, I'm thinking about, let's increase the text size. Where is my camera? I didn't I? Oh, I forgot to turn on my camera. Never mind. I'm back. I'm thinking about making a Linux desktop application, and I am in the process of deciding which UI framework I should use for it. My decision is coming down to Qt and GTK. No shit, Sherlock. I have several questions for the community. Has somebody got experience with both of these frameworks and can tell me about pains and pitfalls associated? What front ends do you usually find more appealing, the ones developed in Qt or using GTK? I'm not a developer, but I would actually argue that Qt has better tools for development, visual tools. But that may be due to me not being informed enough. Are there some other UI libraries I should look into? I'm aware of Electron. Its absence from the question is by design. Okay, good for you, man. I used both and most definitely would go with Qt. It's much nicer and more intuitive to work with. Has much better documentation, much better cross-platform support, also has more features available to use. Also, I find tooling around it to be better, e.g. Qt Creator IDE and Qt Studio and such. For me, Qt is the best GUI toolkit I have worked with, and I would say it leads by a quite large margin. I would also recommend Qt. I have tried using GTK in a number of different forms and it was always just clunky. Apps built with GTK are oftentimes really good, but the actual guts of GTK are just not as easy to work with as Qt in my experience. This especially becomes a pain point when you want to design UI files. You have to write them by hand in XML. Okay, I actually have some experience with XML. Because I used to I have made an actual application for Windows Phone. Or you have to write them by hand using a layer of XML called Blueprint, which is still somewhat painful to use. Plus, you have to use GTK. You have to use either C, Vala, a special language especially for making GTK apps, or use some binding that connects your language of choice to GTK. Qt, on the other hand, is C++ focused, and C++ is easier than C in my opinion. That is a little bit debatable, I would say, but depends on the perspective, what he means by that. And there are native Python bindings via PySide. Both are fine. Qt and QML going for it. Nice declarative UI language with JavaScript as glue UI logic, and you want to write your application logic mostly in C++. Although Python is an option. GTK Plus is nice because its core is written in C. Linux Dev Labs says that C++ is not easier than C. I am not a programmer. I'm learning, but I don't want to participate in this discussion because I don't have the knowledge to claim anything. But from my understanding, when I started learning programming, from my understanding, C is easier than C++, simply because it has less, how do I put it? I suppose it has less going on. So it requires, I suppose, more imagination, but the core of it is a lot smaller. There is less to learn with C, right, than with C++. It's very versatile, and I suppose you can break a lot of things. Alexei says true, but it's active development and it's not ready yet. Oh, Cumberlanch is a Glade-like design tool. Okay. Linux Dev Lab says C++ is C with OOP. You mean overpowered or what? C is not easier, Demland Trap says. C is lower level language than C++. It just depends on how you look at it. Demland Trap, how I look at it is I look at it as a complete noob to programming. So I want to learn programming and give me an easier language to get started with. Is it C or C++? Everyone so far told me that C is easier to learn. There we go. Alexei says the same thing. But not just Alexei. Literally everyone told me that C is easier. And I have asked like 20 different programmers. Do you use Portmaster? I don't know who that question is for, but I don't even know what it is. Linux Dev Labs object-oriented programming. Okay, so now you understand what my level of programming is. Because I didn't even know what the OOP means. I'm not saying I'm stupid, I'm just saying that my level of understanding of programming is pretty low, so I don't want to assert myself into a discussion for which I'm not prepared for. Uri says Python is the easier one to get started with. Yeah, I know. I personally felt, when I did a little bit of research, I personally felt like Python would be a good like learn C first, and once I fully understand it, then help myself with Python, because Python feels like a big upgrade to C, and by big upgrade, this is a very bad choice of words. Just don't call me out on this. Python feels to me like really, really high level of something that was very much inspired by C, but obviously C being a lot lower level than Python. So if I would learn C, then I would have a really easy time of doing something quickly in Python, right? But then I would have both of these skills. That's how I presented it to myself in my head. Alexis says, but in his humble opinion, C knowledge is a must for learning C++ if you ever want to learn C++. I think, look, I'm a bit stupid on this topic, okay? I just will give you my my understanding of this. So I think C being easier to learn than C++ and being kind of a lower level, right? I think it will give me a good overview on how the computer works. Do you know what I mean by that? So that I don't really need to take this sentence apart. So I think C will give me a better overview of how computer thinks. I know about assembly, right? But let's not go there just now, just yet, right? And if I become even remotely good at programming in C, and I'm not saying that I'm going to make some wonders of programs, right? But let's say that I develop something in C, something useful, okay? And then at some point I realize that I'm rewriting a lot of code in C that could maybe be a little bit easier to do in C++. And then maybe I would find a practical use of C++ later on, so that I could, let's say, upgrade myself. That's how I have it in my head, right? And at the same time, there may be some scenario where low-level programming would be a waste of time, and then I might quickly grab Python to do something. So this kind of rounds up things for me as I stand right now. Alexei says Python lets one focus more on algorithms than on fighting with memory pointers, etc. Yeah, exactly that. It will save you a lot of time on making the code, but then it will eat the time from the CPU cycles, which is very acceptable in many cases, right? Linux Dev Labs would learn Python first and then C. To be honest, I have not only already decided, but I have already started learning C, so I'm not going to change my mind at this point. While Trudeau and one says, I am surprised he never heard of it since he likes privacy. Never heard of what? Portmaster. Portmaster is an open source project that blocks tracking. It's available on Windows and Linux. Well, let's check it out. How could I know every application on the planet? I am exactly the same as you are, and yet you don't know how to install a RAID field in Linux. I'm just saying. Who knows everything? Like everything. Portmaster, regarding gaming, I suppose that's not what you mean, but this one, right? Portmaster is a free and open source application firewall that does the heavy lifting for you. So what do they mean by application firewall? Is that using the app armor? Is it using app armor on Linux. Okay. Oh, so it's for Windows as well. Okay, now I'm confused. Show me how this works. NF tables. I'm looking at this animation to get a feeling. So on Windows, it takes executable and basically decides what this executable can reach on the internet, right? But on Windows, Windows Firewall does the same thing. So what is the what is it called? Portmaster. What is Portmaster doing differently than Windows Firewall is doing already? Windows Firewall seems to be doing the same thing. The filters are the main thing. Oh, you mean the predefined set of filters that you don't have to worry about, but you will just use someone else's filters, right? So it's an easy to use Windows Firewall. Like press one button which says block everything that I might not like on the internet, and then you're quickly safe, right? Is that what you're saying? Neil Thompson says, huge change of subject. Just curious, as I've only seen this on technology YouTube channels. Where did the word based come from? How did it come to be a word meaning better than anything? Neil Thompson, I have actually had the same question a couple of years ago, and as far as I understand, based doesn't mean better than anything. Based means in the modern Gen Z slang something like let's put some politics in this. So for example, you have Germany, which is super supportive of immigration. I'm not going to go too deeply into politics, but this is rather popular. So Germans will let a lot of immigrants into their country and give them free food, free living, free money, and all the stuff to make them feel at home, right? And then you have Poland, which don't want mass immigration, and they have all of these police on their borders and water guns, and I don't think they shoot them, but they use a legit force to keep them away, right? And Gen Z would call Polish people based on doing their, defending their country. This is based. It's a slang, right? But let's go to Urban Dictionary to see what it actually is. Also, if we can apply it to software, for example, you have like, I don't know, maybe it would be maybe it's not ideal presentation, I suppose, but let's say you have a, I don't know, Debian user who has been Debian user for 30 years, and let's say a new distribution comes which seems to be everyone's new favorite, like something trendy, right? And everyone in the room is using this new distribution, and then a Debian Chad comes in and says, F you all, I'm going to continue using Debian, like you're all nothing, and this statement is based. He holds his ground and doesn't give a about what the new cool thing is. This is based. So holding your base. Holding your base, the AI says, but let's go to Urban Dictionary. A word used when you agree with something or when you want to recognize someone for being themselves. Example, courageous and unique or not caring what others think. Especially common in online political slang, as I said. The opposite of cringe. Sometimes the opposite of biased. The latter use is original as coined by rapper Lil B, whoever that is. And the word originally took off on the whatever this website is with the later meaning. For that reason, the word is largely used meta-ironically. Without context, you can't tell if it's being used ironically or sincerely, as it is used in both ways. And it was popularized in online political slang of conservatives and the political right before being adopted into mainstream online political slang, likely through shitposting websites or subreddits, whatever, and eventually adopted into general online vernacular. I don't even know what this means. Actually, let's look it up. The term vernacular refers to a language or a dialect that is native to a specific region or a group of people. For example, in the United States, English is denominated a vernacular language, but Spanish is also widely spoken, particularly in regions like Southwest. Okay, I have been talking for far too long. Demlan Trap Debian is not based on anything. Yeah, that's correct. But a Debian user may be based simply by sticking to what he has always been appreciating and not conforming to latest trends. So the Debian user stays based at his base, which is Debian, right? While TrueDoEnd 1 says it also has secure DNS, which forces all traffic to go through the DNS server you set. It won't allow any bypassing. Okay, I have my own DNS at home, so that part I do have covered. I use Pi-hole as my DNS server. Yeah, that exactly that said. Pepe says based nowadays means something that I completely in line with my personal opinions that I think are based in fact and completely correct, basically. I'm not sure that based means what said Pepe said. I don't think that people consider themselves based. I think it's the other way around. I think the other person considers someone based. I think that's how it works. You never really consider yourself based. Like, you can't say I am based. You usually need to say that you need to think of someone else as based. I think that's how it works. Said Pepe says, read the last paragraph. Which is the last paragraph? This one or example 3? So you want me to read this? When used in an online political language, it can mean based in fact or the opposite of biased due to the number of people who saw it being first used seriously by the online political right and came to the conclusion that it was related to the phrase destroyed with facts. My tongue has been slipping. Destroyed with facts and logic in reference to right-wing personality Ben Shapiro. I'm too tired to understand this. Okay, I have read it now, but I'm not sure I can. I don't think my brain works anymore at this hour. It's midnight here, so I'm already out of line. For me, based means, well, what you said about cool things, cool kids, right? So it's a Gen Z cool kids slang. It's not. It doesn't really require this much dissecting, I would say. Neil Thompson says, by the definition I am getting, a person would be very full of themselves to refer to themselves as based. Yes, I would agree, but honestly, I don't remember anyone ever using the word based on themselves. I don't know. If you guys can find an example of that, please do. A couple of times throughout the years, other people told me that I am based because I said something. And I was like, what the hell does that mean? And then I kind of learned what that is. But I really, really don't remember anyone using this word on himself or herself. Said Pepe, you're not spamming. You are very much in line with the first two words of the topic of this stream. So you are, I don't know, you're spamming a little bit and you're a little bit on topic because the topic is chat. Neil Thompson says, I shit you not, based. It is fine. Let's try to close some tabs. Or maybe let's go to Odyssey to see some of the new comments. Odyssey. Am I logged in here? I am actually not. Let's go with Vivaldi then. So this is my Vivaldi, and you can see how many tabs I have open. I'm like that. Sue me. Let's see what people are writing now on Odyssey. Sorry, I muted my video. Didn't mean it to play. Either Mint is good. I might like Ubuntu version a bit more for some reason. I forgot what this even was about. Making backports work is a nightmare from developer's point of view, and a bad choice. Rather use Linux Mint to get new software than use backports on Debian. If you need stability and want newer software, so Linux Mint will give you stability and new software, says Cooltech. Or Arch Linux if you prefer latest software and can accept possibility of something going wrong. So Linux Mint it is. What else did we have here? RAID is great technology, says Vanax. Lots of options depending on use case. Okay, I give everyone a like. I got very curious about this question and ask gab.ai. I have no idea what that is. My preference for technology questions especially. Gab.ai. Let's see what that is. Gab.ai. Never heard of that. An uncensored and unfiltered AI platform. Aria. Aria. Who is making this? Gab AI Incorporating. Terms of use, privacy. Let's go with privacy. Gab AI is the company. Gabcom. Where free speech reigns. I remember Gab. Wasn't that shut down at some point? Like someone plugged their DNS offline or something like that. Explore our community. I remember this website. I think this website might not be a smart idea to show on my on my stream. Just saying. Google has a tendency, if I show anything that they don't like, they take my money. Literally. The money I have already legitimately earned, they just take it for themselves. Because I showed something that doesn't conform to their terms of use. I got very curious about this question and asked GabAI. Actually, I closed and I wanted to ask that AI something, but never mind. Storage technology that okay, I know everything that says here, but where is he aiming with this? Nothing. He just got very curious and asked GabAI, so the AI has answered what RAID is. Okay, good on you. Good on you for getting an answer. Glad you got your answer. There you go. What else do we have? Where is my... oh, my chat is here, actually. Neil Thompson says, oh, I loved that video where you made that big proclamation at the start. With Debian backports, right? That was a moment of inspiration, yeah. Demlan Trap says, wait, I didn't know you have Odyssey channel too. Well, you know, people ask me if I would have a channel on Odyssey because they're not on YouTube, and I said, let's give it a try. I know, why not? Mint is based on Ubuntu LTS, which gets updated once in 2 years, just like, you know, it had kernel 5.15 not long ago. Yeah. Said Pepe says, oh, I was looking at Vivaldi earlier and it seemed really, really nice, really cool functionality out of the box. Vivaldi, said Pepe, is a kitchen sink included. So if that's what you're looking for, it just might be a really good choice for you. But trust me, it comes with the kitchen sink. Neil Thompson says, I think I'm getting it. More often a statement is considered based, not so often a person. Yeah, I think you're on the right track. Said Pepe is also correct, but both seems to be true, I think. I just wanted to see what these people are writing. Let's refresh. Hey, Linux Renaissance, that intro was awesome. I actually tend to agree with that. I mean, it's my theater, so There we go. I agree. So who is full of himself now? Can I pin this actually? Pin it. Yeah. There we go. Now I'm even fuller than I was previously. Would it be possible? Show me that comment. Would it be possible for there to be backports and flatpaks with the same version? If so, which would you opt to use? There. He wanted my honest opinion, so he has one now. Alexis says, oh, now I get it. You like Vivaldi and you like Emacs, and now it all makes sense. Operating systems, huh? I did not make my decision on Vivaldi just yet, because in the beginning I liked Brave, but then I stumbled upon some bugs which really irritate me, so I cannot have an opinion on software that I have used for 3 days. It has to be a couple of weeks, because I'm kind of a magnet for bugs. So I'm just interested to see which bugs will I encounter with Vivaldi and how much will they bother me. So I'm absolutely sure that I will find bugs. Damlan Trap says very based chat. Sad Pepe says, haha, kitchen sink, but it seemed very customizable, so I could get rid of the sidebar and stuff. Yeah, I think it's... I actually didn't even attempt to customize it yet. But I saw in the settings that it has a lot of stuff. Brave with its crypto code is a hard no for me. Yeah, I understand. Brave has the best ad blocking experience out of the box, but it's not like you cannot do that as well with extensions to get the same experience. So it's just a little bit of convenience, right? But yeah, I mean, Vivaldi user interface is quite customized, yeah, from what the underlying Chromium is. Let's go ahead back to my Odyssey. I just wanted to check out some of the comments. Linux Dev Labs uses Vivaldi again as well, so that's good. Giga Consumer asks, will you make content on the book on the thumbnail, or is it also just a prop? Well, that's a good question. The book definitely was a prop at the moment of inspiration. How did he ask a question? Content on the book. Okay, I'm gonna quote him exactly like that. Ah, there we go. Let's see what people want. It's always nice to hear what people are interested in. Neil Thompson, I honestly hope that desktop Linux usage remain at around 5%. When the public flocks to anything, the corporate wolves always creep in to try to cash in and ruin everything. I think we are already borderlining with this as of now. Said Pepe says, I wish there was a modern, well-maintained terminal-based browser with picture and video support. You want picture and video inside a terminal. How would that work? I'm just trying to understand. You would lose the ability to have all of the various fonts on the website, but you would want to have pictures and videos, right? You're going to have to present it to me a little bit better, because I'm not sure if I'm understanding the desire. What would you get by having such a web browser? But the web page would be severely broken if it would only show you the fixed width text and then with pictures and videos. I think it's quite possible to launch, let's say, if you use a text, I can see maybe this. You have a text-based web browser, right, in your terminal. And somewhere on the web page it says video is here, and then you click enter on video is here, and then it would maybe open in MPV or something like that. I can see that happening. Also, image rendering, as Alexei says, is quite possible in some terminals. So would that make you happy, such a version? By the way, while I'm reading my comments here, did anyone... sorry, my microphone has to be close as of my latest tuning. Did anyone in the past 3 hours and 42 minutes notice that I'm not wearing my hat? Nobody noticed. Yeah. Alexei is stating the obvious. I was hidden from camera for a while, that is correct. I had to turn it off for some rite of passage on this side of the room. I just forgot to turn it on. Modern terminals that support actual pictures, yeah. But anyway, this one is the actual made by the company. And I must tell you, it's shit. Mine is a lot better. My fake one is a lot better quality than this one. So I don't know what Red Hat is selling to these people, to their employees, but this is I would not pay for this with money. What is so funny, Neil Thompson? I don't get it. Also, Alexei, hat or company? What is the question regarding to? I said too many sentences. Let me fetch it. Stupid camera. Oh, now it focused. Yours is actually felt. Is felt a material? I don't know that word, but it feels like you meant a material. The Red Hat one, some kind of fabric. I don't know. I think you saw. I mean, this one is like mine is like an actual hat that you would buy in a store where people buy actual fedoras, which is exactly what I did. And it's kind of it feels like a short fur of an I don't know how to describe it. It like a blanket or something. I don't know. I'm missing the proper word. This one feels like straw, like like straw roof, or that cheap chairs that can be outside on the rain. They like woven. I'm not sure how to describe it. Felt is made from wool. I don't think this is actual wool because it would be marked as wool for sure. Let me see what mine says. It looks like you're correct. Look at what mine says. Well, Red Hat, the original Red Hat seems to be made out of something that you can get on, how do you say it? This is something that you can buy in the middle of the street, right? For £2. I don't know, it feels like that. Said Pepe was correct. I actually thought that that's not mine, the Red Hat one, but the actual owner abandoned it. So I'm not exactly allowed to talk about the this one, right? Because these hats can only be sold to actual Red Hat employees. So in theory, I'm not supposed to have this, but you know, who can stop me? It's just a hat. But I honestly thought that the original one is going to be like premium quality, like really, really premium. And when I saw this, I was really kind of pumped to get it into my hands and see what the fuss is all about and why cannot normal people buy it, right? Why is it reserved for the elite that works in the Red Hat, right? Only. So I don't want it. I'm just saying. If there is something like my brand, then that's it. And this is just a Friday prop. And it's going back from back to where it came from. I just want to check out the last few replies. Your video around 5 minute 30 is where you select the partition type. I'm wondering about, sorry, you're missing the image. I'm wondering now about other cases, not mirror drive, where it would be a good idea to have RAID partition for general SSD storage, not a boot disk, but for storage only. So your video has inspired me to research these more partition types, X file system selections. Okay. I thought it was a question, but it's actually not. Well, that's my opinion on that. Hyperlink tiling, I'll try that someday. It sounds like exactly what I would like. But you know, old habits. Yeah, old habits. Okie dokie. Is this the same person? Thanks you for inspiration. I got lost. It was really helpful to see you walking through each step. I don't know when or if I will ever have a network storage. Oh, this is a different video. No, it's not. This is the same video. I'm confused. Okay. So someone asked if I have a Odyssey channel, right? There is my Odyssey channel, 223 followers, so roughly 10% of what I have on YouTube. And if you go to, well, new content, If you go to actual content here, right, you can see all of my videos, right? All of them are here. Now that I'm scrolling, yeah, one year ago, when I started with the Emacs itsy bitsy content, tiny content. What are you guys saying in the chat? Corporate label crap is always the cheapest shit they can find. The accounting department likes that, and so the board of directory also do. Uri says, I'm off to dinner. I had a great time. Have a good stream. Thank you very much for hanging out, Uri. And we are probably going to close the shop any moment now. So I'm kind of dragging it because people felt chatty, but it's over midnight here. So I kind of would like to, well, first of all, let my wife go to bed, right? Because the bed is here. And I asked her to not interrupt the stream for as long as she can. Neil Thompson thanks to Uri for the insights. Neil Thompson has a new question. You're not allowed to sleep. Have a good night. Okie dokie. Other than Odyssey, I also have PeerTube, right? Channels. So this is my PeerTube server for those of you who are into self-hosting and stuff like that, right? So that's my PeerTube server. I don't get many comments here, as you can see, but it is what it is. I have like, how many people follow this thing? 160 followers on PeerTube, and rarely I get any comments, but people do watch sometimes. 8 views, 20 views, 37 views, 6 views. So nobody really cares about Emacs on Fediverse, because PeerTube is hooked up to Fediverse, and most of my followers are actually Mastodon users. 11 views, 15 views, 13, 44. Okay, so they are interested in Arch. 10, 17, 18, 29. What are Fediverse people interested in? DeepSeek. How to use Snapper on OpenMandriva. Nobody cares about OpenMandriva on Fediverse. No surprises there. SDL3. Nobody cares. Simple notes taking. This video is actually very stupid, as I said in the title. And yet it has the absolute most amount of views that I have probably ever had on PeerTube, which is kind of odd. This is actually not published. I just stole somebody's videos, but I have it on private. What is free software? So 24 people care about Stallman. Why switch to Linux? 123 views. This is also not published and not my video. I have some of the shit that I take from YouTube in case it gets taken down on YouTube, so I can watch it in peace. Harry Potter. How install Ubuntu? One view. Steam Linux gamers reach all-time high. 1 view. Pay for free software to help the Linux ecosystem thrive. 0 views. So what do you think about the Fediverse people and their interest in topics? I mean, they do watch my videos to some degree. It's just that this topic doesn't seem like something that they would click on. I was legit serious about this topic. Zero views. When I say give free software developers some money. While true do end, good night. Neil Thompson, according to DistroWatch, damn small Linux uses Linux kernel version 5. Is there a security worry at all with using a distro with that old of a kernel version? Not sure if anyone answered that one. Neil Thompson, using an older version of Linux is not a security version if you're using a supported version of Linux. Go here. Kernel.org. Go to kernel webpage, right? And see, you can see all of the officially supported kernels which don't have any unresolved but known issues, right, regarding security. So with kernel version 5, there are 3 different versions, right? So 5.4, 5.10, 5.15. All 3 of them are officially supported at this moment. So which was it, the distro that you mentioned? The distro was damn small Linux, right? So damn small Linux, if that one uses either one of these 3, then security-wise you are safe and fully patched. You just need to have one of these 3. I love Snapper and Time Shift, Sad Pepper says. Shifting is good. Butterfire system for the win. Linux Dev Labs, I'm back again. Shady's back. Back again. Linux Dev Labs, I have the same problem on Odyssey. Which same problem on Odyssey? Low view count? What's your channel name? Linux Dev Labs? I suppose not. There's nothing called Linux Dev Labs here, so you're going to have to tell me or keep it your secret. I don't know. I just wanted to see something. You said yes, but what's the actual... why doesn't search find you? Maybe a name of your latest video? because channels maybe. How am I not finding you if I typed the exact name of your channel? Oh, Tinkerbell Linux. Okay, sorry, I was looking for something completely different. Look, it found me, and I typed Tinkerbell Linux. Tinkerbell Linux. Well, how is that supposed to work? Let's go to the beginning, type it again. Files. Well, Odyssey doesn't believe that you exist. A lot of Linux something, but no you. Now I just wanted to tell you something about Odyssey, but before I told you, I wanted to see your channel with my own eyes, to see if I can spot anything that would that would prevent you from getting views. I mean, I'm not getting many views on Odyssey as well. It's a small platform, but I don't know, where do I see that here? 40 views, 50 views, 624 views. I think Odyssey decided to feature this video on the main page a couple of days ago, and that's why I have this huge number of views. I don't usually get a three-digit number. Look, 29, okay, 111, 99, 80, 34, 510. Okay, I guess I do sometimes get a bit more, but usually it's a double-digit thingy. Roughly around 50, I would guess my average. You're trying to get into it. Well, okay, I didn't find your channel, but I will give you some advice which I have gotten recently, and I think it's a good one. So you're also doing the Linux content, obviously, right? So think about which of these categories you wish to exist in, and go to technology. I suppose you want to be in technology, right? So let's go ahead to technology, right? So in technology, you will find some Altic Secured, Book Autoworks, Brody Robertson, Techlore, whoever this is. You will find me, Mental Outlaw. I think that's also another Linux guy. I'm not sure. DistroTube, same time. Also technology. Louis Rosman, also technology. I don't know, yet another sysadmin, whoever that is, the Linux cast. So you're getting a vibe, right? So what technology is about, right? There is actually quite a lot of Linux users here in the category called technology. So why I am telling you about the category technology? Try to find yourself in this category. Just scroll down infinitely, and see if you can find any of your videos anywhere in this category. If not, then go through all of the other categories. What happened is that my channel was mistakenly labeled as Wild Wild West. Literally, my channel never appeared in technology. And then someone helped me to boost my one of my videos, so that we can see in which category will it pop up when you boost it with Odyssey virtual coins. And it was boosted and it appeared in Wild West. And then I emailed Odyssey and I asked them to move my channel from Wild West to technology. And in 5 minutes, literally in 5 minutes, they replied to me, it will be done in a couple of hours. And after that, I have been appearing exclusively in the technology section where other Linux users are. So I think that's really good. I don't think that this has given me some insane boost or something, but I did get like roughly 20 followers since they moved me to technology category, because I had roughly 200 before I asked them for moving me to the correct category, right? So send them an email and ask them to move you to the technology category, and this will help you a little bit. And also see how many of these coins do you have. Like I have 4.5 that I can spend. And you get these coins by leaving videos to run in the background. Just watch some random shit and it will give you some of these coins, whatever. And then go to your page and see which of your videos you want to push up in the technology category, and then click on the money sign here. Click that and don't give it money, but give it these virtual coins, whatever that is. You collect these by watching videos. So invest some of your coins, whatever the name is, into your video, and Odyssey will boost your content upwards. So people can find you, right? But if you don't have too many coins, then think about which video you want to push up, because when people find you, they will have the first impression of your channel, right? So make it a good one. During class? Why the hell are you on someone else's live stream if you're in class? I'm just asking for a friend. Anyways, guys, let's close the shop. It's time to sleep. It was over 4 hours, and it was very nice to chat with you all once again. From the next time, we are switching from the next time from Red Hat to Linux Renaissance, and I'm taking the original one back where it came from. And once again, thank you very much for hanging out. My tongue is still tangled from too much talking, and it's late, and if not sooner, I'm gonna see you on Sunday evening when the next live stream is scheduled. Actually, it's not scheduled yet, but it will be scheduled tomorrow. Neil Thompson says Linux Renaissance is bigger than Red Hat. Yeah, I agree. Good night, everyone. Thank you, Neil.